There you go. You're good to go.
Okay, thanks. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the May 5th, 2026 Northborough Planning Board meeting. We are fully remote tonight. If you are presenting, then you should be the one on muted. But if you are not presenting and you're in the audience, we will take questions later. We're going to start with a presentation followed by board questions and staff review. And then afterwards, I'll take questions from the audience. So if you can stay muted until that time, it would be great. Thanks. First on our agenda is 17 Green Street, definitive subdivision application to construct a 3-lot residential subdivision in the Residence B district. And tonight we have Justin Leclerc who will be presenting.
Yep. Thank you. Let me just make sure. Can you guys see this?
Yep.
Perfect. So good evening. For the record, Justin Leclerc, McCarty Engineering, here tonight on behalf of Mr. Steve Corvo, the owner of the property, who's also in attendance in the meeting. So just to refresh the board's memory, we were in front of you back in October for a preliminary subdivision approval for the same property here at 17 Green Street, which the board approved in the December meeting, I believe. So just as a recollection, we have Howard Street here and Green Street. There's the existing single-family home here, and then this piece is undeveloped. We're still proposing the 3 lots, 2 of the lots to be served off of the cul-de-sac in the subdivision road Knox Trail shown here. If the board remembers, this house originally was pointed out with the driveway onto Green Street.
Yeah.
As part of the preliminary back and forth, the board asked us to review and see if we could move that driveway and locate it on the subdivision roadway. So again, this is the layout materials plan showing the road, the cul-de-sac, again, the single-family homes, driveways, the associated septics, and then the proposed stormwater basin. As part of the preliminary, we did originally show the basin down here, but after redesign, doing the drainage analysis, we were able to move the basin back here more in the middle of the site. So I'll zoom in just a little bit here so the board can see this a little bit easier. So we've revised the grade accordingly based on the drainage calcs. We've also provided the proposed profile of Knox Trail showing grades, utility, as well as drainage. Houses are still being served by domestic water and on-site septic. We did show dry wells for the rooftop here, 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 and we're tying in the rooftop for these 2 houses into the at-grade basin located at the bottom of the slope. We do have piece stone diaphragms located along the edges of the driveways to collect any runoff from the driveways, which will infiltrate and get treated. And then again, we have the proposed at-grade basin located in the back here. This is designed to meet both the Mass stormwater standards as well as the town of Northborough stormwater regulations. The other thing I want to point out with the stormwater basin is that it is directed to discharge into the existing wetland system. So the wetland system is shown here, flagged by Three Oaks Environmental. We do have associated work within the buffer zones, and we have filed a notice of intent with the Conservation Commission. And our first meeting with them is scheduled for this upcoming Monday. So again, roadway profile showing the details of the proposed road. I did provide a fire truck turning figure for the fire department based on their comments during the preliminary review. They asked us to use a typical city bus template and show that the fire truck could enter and exit the cul-de-sac. We're still awaiting fire department comments if they're satisfied with the proposed cul-de-sac. If we get any comments and they ask for any changes or recommendations, we'll revise that accordingly. And then we have construction details here as part of that. I did receive Lori's technical comment letter last night. I did review it. I didn't see a major comments or concerns, nothing that we can't address or revise the plans accordingly. But I just didn't have time to provide a formal response to comment yet. I'll be able to provide that. The other thing we're waiting for is the peer review comment letter. We haven't received that one yet. I know Lori said that's on the way. So once we get that review letter, we'll take a look at that. We'll update the plans accordingly. We'll provide a response to comment letter, and then hopefully at the next meeting, come back with full responses to everything as well as a revised set of plans. Any waiver requests that we're asking will be provided as well. So with that, it's still pretty close to the same plan that this board previously saw during the preliminary. Again, we've modified the driveway at the request of the board, though it's not ideal because it does add a lot more grading impact adjacent to the roadway as well as around the septic than having the driveway out coming to Green Street. We did understand the board's concern, so we at least wanted to show that though it's not the preferred option, that we can make it work if need be. And again, the other point I want to highlight is that we did move the stormwater basin so that the basin does handle the rain events, and in the event that it does discharge, it's discharging directly into the wetland and not onto the abutting properties. So with that, if the board has any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Yeah. Lori, do you mind going through your comments, or is it not worth going through at this time since he's going to come back at the next meeting to go over them? You're muted. You're muted, Lori.
Sorry. Do you want to share the letter and then I'll go through it?
Sure.
Yeah. Let me see here.
So there wasn't anything earth-shattering.
We
Yep.
just have to wait for.
Can you
Okay,
guys
there
see
it
that?
goes.
If
Yep.
you can make it a little bigger.
Yeah, I'll zoom in as we
There we
go
go.
through. Yep.
Yeah, so number 2 pretty much just identified the things that were missing from the plan. So there are really nothing earth-shattering. It's just a matter of addressing those missing items. Included with that is the environmental analysis and the impact report. There were some issues with areas of non-compliance. We did talk about during the preliminary plan stage, narrowing the width of the right-of-way and the paved width of the roadway. And I see that you did decrease those sizes, so you just have to submit a written waiver request from those 2 requirements.
Yep.
Then the same is true with the cul-de-sac width. So they provided an 80-foot outside pavement diameter width when 90 feet is required. Does the planning board have any issues with that difference? Would you prefer the larger right-of-way width, or would you be okay with the 80 feet?
Me, it would be up to the fire department.
And
Yeah.
if I may, part of the reason for doing the 80 feet was to reduce the overall impact of the development as well as the amount of impervious. But like I said, if fire department comes back and they want the 90, we can go back and look at that. We can have that conversation with them. We just hadn't seen anything from them yet, so that's why we left it at the 80 as shown.
Can you show me what number that's on? Because I'm not finding it in what you've got shown here.
That's number 7.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Got it.
All right, and then number 8 had to do with the sidewalk. So our standards do say that the sidewalk should be all around the bulb of the cul-de-sac. If there is allowed one sidewalk only, the requirement is 2 sidewalks. So I do think that having the sidewalk go all the way around the bulb is beneficial. but of course, that's up to the planning board to decide one way or the other. The grass strip being between the sidewalk and the street
Mhm.
is helpful for the storage of snow.
Yeah.
So that's something that I personally prefer, but once again, it's up to the planning board.
And if, I was
Would
gonna
we
say,
like the
if the
board to
board
weigh
wants,
in
I
now?
can show the plan again.
Yes,
If the
please.
board just wants to see what specifically we're talking about, and I'll go to the layout. It's a little bit easier to see.
And Lori,
So-
maybe the planning board should weigh in now, make it easier.
That would be helpful, so then everybody is on the same page.
Yep.
So as you can see, they have the sidewalk
Yep. so
most
starting
of
at
the
Green
way
Street-
around the cul-de-sac. They just have to carry it a little bit further in order to be compliant.
So the reason we did that was to, again, avoid the light pole, avoid the hydrant, and also where this would be, I almost want to say dead space for the sidewalk because there's no development in this section. And realistically, whoever lives here will come out down the driveway and come across to the sidewalk going out to, again, to reduce the amount of pavement impervious, just to provide more green space here. As Lori said, if we put the sidewalk here, we're tight, we're dealing with trying to have snow storage fit, but we are able to provide a lot more snow storage by not providing the sidewalk, but we are providing it in front of both of the houses. So these people living here can walk out, come down to the sidewalk, and come this way. The reason for not having the edge of pavement, the grass strip, and then the sidewalk was the sidewalk would still be on our property, but it would be tighter to the property line. So the thought there was to give more green space between the proposed sidewalk and the abutter's yard. But again, if the board wants that flip-flopped where it's the edge of road, the grass, and then the sidewalk, it'll still be on our property, it'll still grade, but it'll be tighter to the property line.
One suggestion that I have is if the planning board decides that they do want the grass strip, then you can put the streetlights and the hydrant in the grass strip.
Amy, if I may.
Sure. Yep.
So I guess I understand what you're saying, right? And I get the reasons why. I guess my first impression, though, is why wouldn't you have the sidewalk on the other side where that other house is,
Mm-hmm.
right? If you've got the driveway there, those people are going to come out and they're going to have to cross the street in order to use the sidewalk. Why would I understand having the sidewalk on one side, and I can almost agree with that, but I would think you would want to put the sidewalk on the other side and have it wrap around.
So I believe when we originally talked about this, we had agreed to come down this side, and I believe the point from the preliminary was whether we wanted this piece here as sidewalk or not. We could look at flip-flopping it. I would just recommend flip-flopping the light as well. So take the proposed street light
Yep.
and put it on this side if we wanted to look that way. The other thing is trying to avoid as many crossings across over the driveway as possible. But if the board is amenable to sidewalk on one side but wants to see it flip, we can definitely look at that and update the layout.
Yeah, and I think if you have the sidewalk on one side, I mean, to Lori's point, having the strip of grass there for snow removal is great. But if you only have the sidewalk on one side, you can push your snow off to the other side. So, so I'm not sure in this case, I'm not sure that that's really a big deal if you only have the sidewalk on one side. If you had it on both sides, I would completely agree with Lori.
Okay.
But it just, yeah, the only concern I would have is, like I said, yes, I understand that you have to cross the driveway with the sidewalk, but anyone coming out of that house has to cross the larger driveway and the bulb, the stem of the bulb, if you were, to get to the sidewalk on the other side.
And,
That would
and
be
I
my only
understand
comment.
I understand your point, Bill, but I thought that the reasoning was because if you turned right, you're going towards another sort of development area where you might continue your walk versus if you go left, you're really going towards not much.
Right. Well, but I think also the other thing was that house, the driveway was originally going out to Green Street, right?
Yes,
So they
I
weren't
agree.
coming out there.
Yeah, yeah.
Now
Yeah,
that they're
and-
coming out there, I don't
And you
know.
have, I believe it's Valentine Road down, it's off the plan page, but you had Valentine below, so
Right.
I believe, to Millie's point, that if sidewalks ever did come through, that would be your shortest connection between the two developments.
Right. The connectivity would be pretty significant if there were some. Yeah.
Anthony, do you have an opinion either way?
I don't think I do, to be honest with you, but I mean, if
I know, I don't either because it's so small of a
Yeah.
cul-de-sac that I don't think there's going to be a lot of traffic whether you cross the road or cross the driveway. So,
I agree.
Yeah,
it's between Millie and Bill.
Okay.
Maybe-
okay, Bill,
maybe
put it
Carter-
down.
We haven't heard from Carter.
Carter will
Carter,
break the
you know,
tie.
see, Carter's on the
Carter.
screen, not on the screen, so I can't
And
see
you know
him.
Carter has an opinion, so let's hear it, buddy.
Sorry, Carter, I couldn't see you.
I mean, yeah, I think it makes sense you saying with the snow can just go to the other side of the street. I don't know if people who live there would have a preference of whether the snow gets pushed onto their yard or across the street from them. I think the sidewalk, I mean, like the north sidewalk, I think the closest one is Mohawk over off of Howard Street, which is probably farther than Valentine, but I don't know if how much it is.
It is farther, I can tell you
Yeah.
that.
I don't know I mean, would it be too much to put a crosswalk at the end of the street? Would that be necessary or,
I don't think for 3 houses, no.
mhm. But yeah, I mean, it's just, if there is a sidewalk construction that happens, you could connect either side of it if you have the crosswalk, but, yeah, I don't. And then, Lori, I guess, what is the pro and con of having the sidewalk go all the way around the cul-de-sac?
So then if you're crossing the street, you're crossing at the narrowest distance.
Okay,
So like if you have a baby carriage or whatever, if it does go all the way around, then you'd have to put ADA ramps so that it would, you know, you get little kids on bicycles, you got somebody pushing a baby carriage. It's just easier if you have the ramps there.
and would they need a ramp at the end of it by Green Street?
Hmm.
I think it would be most appropriate to put one in there.
Okay,
So if you have people who are walking along the gutter line of Green Street, then they would be able to go up the ADA ramp.
mhm.
Are those like the ones that are downtown that break apart?
Hmm.
The ones that are downtown break apart.
Yeah, like there are ADA ramps at all the lights. They're red, but they're all broken in pieces and they're almost worse because now it's a ditch
Yeah.
because they're broken.
Yeah, those are for blind people. So they're little gosh, what's the word? I always want to call it an anti-tracking pad, but that's not it.
Yeah.
It's an ADA pad. So that they can, if they're low vision, the
Mm.
reason why it's a bright color is so that they can see the contrast. And if they're completely blind, then the bumps show that they have reached the end of the sidewalk. So that's what those are for.
So what do
And
you, what
that is the law.
are the ones that they'd have to do here? The same ones?
They would, yeah, they would do the same ones. I mean, they do have to be replaced more frequently than the sidewalks. So remember the sidewalk repair job on Route 20? That was what, 15 years ago
Where was that?
on Route 20? That's what you're talking about, Amy, is the
Right.
pads on
Church
Route 20.
Street, Route 20, that area?
I think she's talking about the downtown pads, right?
Right. Yep.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that sidewalk was done, what was it? 2010? It was definitely before my time, I think, but I'm
I
not
mean,
sure.
I'd be more apt to do a half a sidewalk because I actually don't think they need those ramps here. Because they're just a mess downtown and it's actually more dangerous right now if you were in a wheelchair or you couldn't see, you'd trip in the holes. And then the
Is that
town
a-
would have to, the
Well,
town
if
would
you're in
probably
a
have to,
wheelchair and you don't have a ramp, then I mean, it is, you know, uh, our subdivision standards that you have a ramp at the end of any sidewalk.
I
Mm,
don't think she was
The-
saying specifically about the ramp. I think if I understand correctly, it's more about those, the red parts
Right.
that are for the visibly impaired, um, in this area, because they fall apart and they become more dangerous, actually.
like my
I get
neighborhood,
that, but
we have a
I-
sidewalk and we don't have those ramps in my sidewalk. In my
I
neighborhood.
I would probably not recommend saying don't follow the accessibility like law, the current, because I think those are somewhat relatively recently became part of the requirements for ADA. I think a lot of the older sidewalks before that became a popular like technology. But I would think we'd want to follow the
And also,
safety.
having worked for the blind, I can
Hmm.
tell you if you don't have one of those, then they can't tell whether they're on the sidewalk or on the street. So they could be
Okay.
in the middle of the street. So that's the reason for
Okay.
them, is so that they know where the sidewalk ends so that they don't get hit by a car.
Mm.
Okay.
So,
If they do it downtown, they're gonna get stuck and trip into the road. But yeah, no, in my neighborhood, it's just kind of like the sidewalk goes up and down, but there's no special product there. It just is,
Is there any other composite for those that, other than what we put in our town 20 years ago?
well, I can see that Steve is on the show here, our consultant from Tetra Tech. Maybe he
Steve.
wants to comment on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there are other products. I believe there's a product called Iron Dome, which is actually it's a metal, um, it's a metal pad that's installed in some cities and towns. And those last indefinitely, similar to like catch basin grates. Um, as far as installing them, usually you want them when you're crossing a roadway. So in this case, if there is a crossing of that road, you generally want them at at those curb ramps on either side. But there are other products that are more um, they're beefier and will stand up to. And a lot of the times it's a design issue. They usually break up if they're in low spots. So you have to be careful with your design along the roadway edge to make sure drainage is getting out of the curb ramp.
So where would you envision those here? Because we're not really crossing a roadway. The sidewalk is continuing onto a sidewalk or a non-existent pedestrian way. What is,
Yeah, so if you were to say bring the sidewalk all the way around the bulb, sometimes in other developments I've seen, a crosswalk at the end of the bulb to cross back to the main sidewalk.
And Steve, you're thinking in your typical one, you would come around here you would have a ramp pretty much at the tangent,
Correct.
ramp down, come across, a ramp back up. That's where
Correct.
you would be seeing those.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
usually when you're crossing the roadway. So crossing driveways, it's not required, but anytime you're crossing a roadway, you want to have those.
Right, so where for instance, where the sidewalk ends now, let's go to I don't know what unit that's gonna be. But you're following the sidewalk and going to the house where it ends there. Go a little further.
You want me to come down more?
Nope, go up. There.
Yep. So it
So-
ends here at this driveway. Yep.
And so that's where you'd see one of those pads, those for ADA pads.
No, because that's a driveway crossing. Because
Right.
it's really you wouldn't put one there
So
generally.
where would you see this if you're continuing along the sidewalk out on Green Street?
In this layout, there likely wouldn't be one,
Right.
because you're not. The termination of the sidewalk becomes an issue too, is like, sidewalk to nowhere.
Right.
Because there's no sidewalk on Green Street.
Right.
So that becomes a pain point for some developers.
Yeah.
But
Right.
ultimately it's what the board thinks as far as the termination of that, and potentially what DPW would recommend as well. Because you certainly don't want people just, they're ending at nothing essentially,
Right.
because and there's going to be a curb line there. So it might be a good idea if they're going to terminate the sidewalk there, to maybe have a ramp there. So at least they can get back down to roadway grade.
Down there at the end of Green Street.
Yeah, here.
Correct.
Okay. And is that where you envision this, Lori? Yeah, you're muted, but I understood you.
Yes, so the question is, do you want the sidewalk to go all the way around the bulb? And if it does, then there would be a ramp at the throat of the bulb and on both sides of the street. And then where this sidewalk terminates at Green Street, there would be another one.
Okay. So the ramp on both sides of the throat of the bulb would be so people can just go in a circle?
Yeah, so say you have somebody who lives in the far house
Mhm.
at the end of the cul-de-sac.
Yeah,
And they want
Yeah.
to go visit the next door neighbor.
yeah. I
So
see.
they would be able to take the sidewalk, then there'd be like a small section of grass or road that they would walk in, and then they go into the driveway. And then if they don't want to walk all the way around the bulb, but they want to visit their neighbor on Howard Street at over by the entrance of the subdivision,
Mm-hmm.
then they could walk the short distance of the bulb, cross the street at the ramp, get on the sidewalk on the other side, and then walk to that house on Howard.
So I don't see the point of the bulb of the sidewalk ramp on both sides of the throat of the bulb. Are you just saying it's on one side only?
It would be on both sides. So
But
that
bo-
way,
but both
like I
sides don't
said,
have a sidewalk.
the scenario where you've got a baby carriage,
But-
so then you would be able to cross the street with the baby carriage. Or if you have little kids on bikes, then they wouldn't have to go down a curb and then go up a curb. They'd go up up and down ramps.
But I guess I'm misunderstanding. Can that be pointed out exactly to me where both sides of the bulb exist? Because on one side at this point with this drawing, there's only sidewalk on one side. So are you saying if there were sidewalks on both sides of the bulb?
So the regulation says, so the subdivision regs say that if you have a sidewalk on only one side of a cul-de-sac,
Yeah,
then it has to go all the way around the bulb.
right.
So this configuration as shown does not comply with the regulation.
Okay, okay. So you're saying basically the end of the, where the cross point is now would be a ramp, ADA compliant.
So if you look at the end of the cul-de-sac, you see where the number 350 is? So it's the elevation, the contour line says 350. So those
yes, yes.
where he's got his little mouse,
Okay, I see that one.
That's-
That one I understand.
that's where the two ramps would be. They'd be directly across the street from each other.
But there's no sidewalk.
only if the sidewalk goes all the way around.
Oh, okay.
Correct. So
That's,
that's
I
the
think, what he's saying.
conversation. So our regulation says that that's where the ramps would be. So the
Oh, okay.
sidewalk would go all the way around the bulb and then terminate with these ramps.
Right. So, but are you,
So this design that they're showing does not comply. So the question is, do you want them to change the plan so it complies with the regulation? Or are you going to grant them a waiver?
well, so that the one where it says basically 348, would they put a ramp there?
No.
No. Okay, so that would end without a ramp. And again, if the whole scenario where if you have a ramp in one place and you don't have a ramp in the other, does that create issues?
Because it would end at a driveway. So the
would
driveway
take
is
the drive-
essentially,
Got it. Okay, I
the
understand.
driveway is the ramp.
Yeah, so the
Okay.
driveway would go along one side of the road. Or if you wanted to do it Bill's way, it would go along the other side of the road. So I guess the main decisions for the board are, do you want to put the sidewalk on the other side of the street? Do you want to go all the way around the bulb, or is halfway fine?
I'm actually okay with the way it is because I feel like the only cross point would be to that one other house, whereas you have a lot of continuity between the two houses at the end and going down that side and then coming out on Green Street.
Anybody else?
I'd agree. Halfway for me is okay.
Just is the like slope of the driveway, those would be perfectly fine for like a wheelchair or a stroller to get onto the sidewalk, right? For either driveway, if you were to flip it to the other side of the street as well.
You're saying coming from here up and across this way?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the sidewalks would come down, they would meet the driveway. You would
Mhm.
be level across the driveway, and then you would blend it in as you come up to the
Okay.
sidewalk again.
Yeah, as long as the driveway works as a ramp, I think it's fine to not have it, have it stop at the driveway.
Okay.
I just want to hear from Justin. If we're going to go against our own regulations, which is fine, we give waivers all the time, right? What's your reasoning for that? What's your reasoning for that ask?
So again, it's the biggest thing is the reduction in pavement. By doing that, you're adding more into the area, you're reducing your snow storage, you're tightening up your open space areas, so it's less green space. Again, the biggest thing is more impervious. If you do it all the way around, you're reducing your green space, your open space, and the scope and scale of the project as well. This is, again, it's a 2-lot, and I'm saying 2-lot because there's only 2 lots at the end of the bulb.
Mhm.
It's not a large development subdivision where, like Ori said, you would typically see that if this was a 10-15 lot subdivision and you had multiple lots at the end of it. And this is meant to be a private way, so it shouldn't see a large amount of traffic that you would see in a typical subdivision development.
I mean, it's honestly very similar to one that's actually right on Valentine that I think has 3 houses at the end and 1 on the way, and there's very little to no traffic on that one. The kids actually have like little games on the end of the cul-de-sac.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so does the board, should I should probably take a vote so he knows which way to go.
Mm-hmm.
If it could be like a straw poll.
Yeah, just a
Because you
straw
can't
poll vote.
formally vote until the public hearing's closed.
Yeah,
Sure.
okay. I'm gonna take a straw poll vote if we just leave the design the way it is right now. So, Millie Milton,
I'm good with this. I feel like they've done a lot to sort of try to meet our requests, and I'm happy with this.
Bill Pierce,
I would be a no for the sidewalks.
because you want to switch the side or because you want to go all the way around
I
the
think
bulb?
it makes sense to have the sidewalk on the other side, but I also think that there's a reason why we have regulations. And I don't see the reasoning not to have it.
So
Okay,
if
yes,
I may, Bill, I can talk to Mr. Corvo and see if he's okay with, I know he's on the call if he wants to chime in about flipping it so it's pretty much you're saying you would prefer to see it where the proposed street light is, just kind of mirror it across the subdivision. That would,
Yeah,
at the
again,
very
my only
least.
concern is from a traffic safety point of view, right? If
Yep.
that person's coming out of their driveway and they want to walk down that sidewalk, they've got to cross that road, right?
Yeah, so-
Why would we make them cross that road? I could see if you had houses on both sides, okay, then it's a flip of the coin. But you've got a house on one side and not the other. That's my only concern.
Okay.
So, but again, it's a straw vote, and you know,
all right, do you want to
Binding.
ask Steve? Justin, or you want to ask him off?
Oh, him and I can have a conversation offline. That's not an issue.
Okay. And how about you, Carter?
I think putting it to the other side makes sense. I think, yeah, ending it at that driveway there, but I probably would say put it on the other side. If it's reasonable, have a crosswalk at the end of the street so that the sidewalk kind of has 2 end points, rather than just opening it onto Green Street. And so it could connect either way if sidewalks are headed in the future.
Okay. And so are you okay with half a sidewalk, but just on the other side of the road?
Yeah.
And Bill, are you okay with half the sidewalk, but just on the other side of the road, or you want to go all the way around?
again, I think we have rules for a reason. And I just didn't think that the reason given was a good enough reason to not go against our own regulations. That's all.
So you're for all the way around the bulb, but not 2 sidewalks.
Correct. Yeah, I'm fine with just one sidewalk, but all the way around the bulb like the regulations state.
Can
All
I
right.
just, can I ask
Sure.
one thing real quick? I'm just curious if the board's opinion would be the same under the condition that I think, are all sidewalks generally maintained by the town? And would this sidewalk be maintained by the town, even if it's a private right of way? My overall concern above all is just when you leave the homeowners with a certain maintenance requirement, I just don't, I want to just kind of keep a reasonable grip on that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just kind of curious what the board's thought is as we talk about sidewalks, possible ADA ramps, a private road in context of this, just so
You have to comply with the ADA requirements, otherwise you could get sued by the state. So
understood.
that's not really an option.
Okay.
Yeah, and as far as the clearing of snow and things like that, that's going to have to be done by some type of homeowners association anyways. as well as the sidewalks.
Understood with the snow, but as far as like maintenance of crosswalk paint and stuff like that, like
No.
If this becomes a public way,
Yeah.
then the town maintains everything. If you want this to be a private way, then the homeowners maintain everything.
Well, I
So
think-
the one exception with town maintenance is of the stormwater facility, so the detention basin. Because the DPW doesn't typically maintain detention basins, we would make that a responsibility of the homeowners association. But everything else, should you decide to ask the town to accept it, then the town would maintain everything else.
okay,
But they wouldn't plow it. Like, I live in a really big neighborhood, like almost 200 homes, and we shovel our own walkways.
Yep.
They
Sidewalk.
only sidewalks. They only plow the main roads.
no, understood about the snow removal. I think that's pretty cut and dry. I'm just talking
Yeah.
about future maintenance of the sidewalk.
Oh, okay.
Because I guess my initial thought is if the sidewalk's public and it's on, wherever it is, it's really like a non-issue. It's just the town's sidewalk and it's the town's future maintenance, not the snow removal. Understood. Snow removal is always, the town, unless you're in the center of Northborough, I don't think the town's removing snow. I get that. But I'm just
Right.
talking about like the future maintenance of the sidewalk.
Mhm.
The town won't maintain a privately owned sidewalk.
No.
So, that's for liability reasons. So so that's a question for you. I mean, as long as you comply with subdivision standards, then there's no reason why if you petition the town to accept the roadway, it wouldn't be accepted.
Understood.
So, it's really your preference.
Okay.
But like I said, if you decide to keep it private, I'm sure DPW would be ecstatic. But the responsibility is on the homeowners for everything. So they're going to be maintaining those sidewalks. They're going to be maintaining everything in there.
If we kept it private.
If you get the what?
You're saying they'd be maintaining the sidewalks if we kept them private?
Correct.
Private right away?
But
Okay.
they will also maintain the road.
Yeah, no, understood. I mean, the road is really, for all intents and purposes, if you look across the town of Northborough, this is smaller than a common drive subdivision. You go down West Street and there's a 5-lot subdivision up on the hill that
I
common
agree.
drive's 1,500 feet. You go all over town and there's common drives that serve more houses. Our initial thought process for this, when we came before the board in the preliminary subdivision, was for 2 house lots on a private road.
Mm-hmm.
It's owned and maintained by the 2 house lots, and albeit that is what we were looking for. And we added the 3rd house onto it, just I think basically out of the request to keep the stones on the stone wall. We don't particularly like the layout of this 3rd lot on the road, because
Right.
what we've done is incorporated a drive under garage just to get the grades to work out. It's a gently sloped site. It's very flat in context of what you see in Northborough. It's actually an awesome site. It's mint. I'd almost call it flat. It's just a gentle slope. But when you look at that lot on the corner, that gentle slope turns into like a 7-foot grade change when you talk about coming in with the driveway where we're showing it, as opposed to where we had it in the original plan. So we're just trying to keep it in context of what we're proposing. And I think when we were thinking 2 house lots on a private drive, we were thinking that's what it would be. It's just a private drive maintained by 2 house lots. It's a private road. It meets the subdivision standards, albeit with some waiver requests for context of size. But I think now we're talking about a 3rd house on it now. And it's maybe a little bit different because we're talking about a sidewalk and how to get out of that house and onto it and this and that. But I was just hoping to limit the amount of non-typical homeowner maintenance things that you would see and keep it under the mindset of, I know it's not a common drive, but it really has less houses on it than you would see on a common drive.
See your
Was
point too.
Was there a particular reason why you decided to do the subdivision instead of trying to get the common drive?
I don't know that we have adequate frontage to build the
Okay.
houses without roadway, so we need roadway to do it. Essentially what we needed is roadway to build two houses. We have frontage to build another house on Green Street now. But we need roadway to build two more.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that one of the ramifications to our lot shape factor is you're gonna see more subdivisions and fewer
Okay.
common driveways.
Okay.
Because it's going to be harder to get approval to meet the lot shape factor
Mhm.
and still have adequate frontage.
Interesting.
No.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I'm not quite sure. I know there's 2 no's from Bill and Carter on the waiver for the sidewalk issue. So of course I need three votes in one direction or another. So the other 3 are approving the sidewalk configuration. Is that right?
I think I would be okay with it because it is such a small subdivision.
Mm-hmm.
I could see if it was a big subdivision, but it is so small.
I'm
So I'm
in agreement with that as well,
Okay.
just due to the size that it's so small.
So another waiver request that I'm interested in your feedback on is the curbing. So our regulations say that it has to be vertical granite. And what they're proposing is modified Cape Cod berm. Now, the one thing I'm going to say is generally when you have a Cape Cod berm, that's easily mountable. So
Mm-hmm.
personally, I feel more comfortable with the Cape Cod berm when you have a grass strip because you're providing that separation. So if somebody wants to park on the modified Cape Cod berm, which they can easily do, then they're parking on the sidewalk. The vertical granite curb has the benefit. So if you have the sidewalk adjacent to the street, you can't easily park on it without popping your tires. So you have that safety protection for the sidewalk, for the pedestrians in the sidewalk, if you go with the granite curb and it's directly abutting the paved roadway. So, but I'd be interested in hearing your feedback, whether you're okay with the sloped, the Cape Cod berm,
What
or
does
whether
the
you want to.
applicant think? Because the applicant didn't want the grass strip, but would you rather have the grass strip with the Cape Cod berm?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think listening to the comments and the feedback we're getting so far, maybe the best thing we could do is flip the sidewalk to the other side of the street, put the grass strip in between them, and try to utilize the grass strip to accommodate the elements that we need, such as the hydrant and the light poles. And
Yep.
then we've separated the sidewalk from, you know, whatever that, I'm not sure exactly what the design details, if it's 3 feet or whatever the grass strip is, but that would actually, maybe that'll help accommodate like the fire hydrant light and stuff like that. There'll be a transformer in there somewhere too.
Okay, I'm all set with that. What about other board members?
So
Yeah,
I'm
I would be
curious-
good with that.
So I'm sorry, let's back up. So Lori, were you good? Did you want the granite or the Cape Cod berm?
If you guys are gonna waive the grass strip,
Okay.
my recommendation is to go with the granite curb. But if you're not gonna waive the grass strip, so the grass strip is gonna be there,
Mm-hmm.
I don't care. I mean, Cape Cod berm doesn't last very long. Granite curb lasts forever. You know, even when it has to be redone, you can still reuse granite curb, you just raise it. So the durability is with the granite curb. However, it's a lot more expensive than the berm. So usually in country settings,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm fine with doing the berm. If it does become a town road, I'm sure Scott would prefer the berm.
And I guess I feel like this is for 2 houses. This isn't really going to be a large use of a cul-de-sac. I feel like the Cape Cod berm is appropriate. I don't feel the need for granite curbing.
I'd agree.
I think the berm's fine.
Okay, so it sounds like everybody, I think Bill, you said okay too.
Yes.
Okay.
All
It
right.
sounds like the sidewalk's gonna flip and be the Cape Cod berm and the grass strip.
Yep. So you'll see that on the revised set.
Okay.
Just
That's
to
pretty
point
much
out,
it. As far as feedback, I assume that the applicant doesn't have any problem with doing the street trees.
Nope.
No, I think we saw your comment on that. I think we just got to get the notes appropriate in the plan to accommodate them.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay,
Mm.
great.
Oh,
All
I
right.
had
Do
one more.
any board members have any other questions?
So this is gonna require the scenic road application for the street, right?
Yep.
And then along Green Street, would there be any modification to the stone wall or trees or anything like that with that?
So that was actually a question I was going to ask the board and Lori regarding. So obviously with the subdivision road being put in, I did see Lori's comment regarding the scenic permit. Now, does that need to be done separate of the subdivision process, or can that be incorporated while we go through this? Because this section of Green Street here, it would just be the relocation of the stone wall and the rocks associated with it, just for the construction of the roadway.
can
So
you, with your cursor, can you show us roughly where the stone walls are?
And Steve, feel free. I believe they run just along beyond
Yeah.
this one, and they just run up Green Street, right?
Yeah, at that section where our curb, well, I would call it a curb cut, but where the roadway comes in,
Yeah.
it's an existing, stone wall about 2 feet high. It's not substantially high. It's, between 18 to 30 inches high, maybe. There's no street trees on the right of way side of the stone wall. So it's not a matter of dealing with going around, anything significant tree wise. It's just a matter of moving the stones. And I think our plan was with that is basically just take the stones out of the wall where we need to make the curb cut. And we can probably incorporate a little bit of a radius shape with it, with whatever stones that are available from the moving them. So, I think if our opening is 40 or 50 feet wide, then we can, take half the stones from each side and just kind of curl them into the subdivision,
Yeah.
create it, just extend it.
And how would that affect the sidewalks on either side?
I think so. If you were looking at the top of the plan, I would think they would be along the property line of that lot.
Yeah. It kind of fall here where you see this line come in and radius into the right of way.
Mhm.
Ideally, you would see them there. And once we update the layout, you'll have the pavement, the grass, the sidewalk, and then on the back side of the sidewalk is where you would probably see those stones radiused in to the remaining existing stone wall.
So is there more disturbance on one side or the other of that curb cut for sidewalk or stone walls?
I don't believe so, because we'll be removing the sidewalk here. So really it's just this section. This could get tied in on the back of the driveway. This radius might just be a little bit wider because we'll have to form it around the back of the sidewalk.
Okay.
In the answer to your question about the scenic road permit, you could apply for that at any time. If
Okay.
you want to submit the application form, of course, there is a public hearing with that, so I'd have to advertise that public hearing. And then you could just reference this plan. What I would recommend to you is when you do your revision, of this plan, identify exactly what you want to do with the stone wall.
Okay.
And like describe it in the application. So, if your plan is to curve the wall in and make kind of like a grand entrance for your subdivision, then just describe it and show it on your plan.
Okay.
And then what we could do is we could just wrap it into the definitive subdivision approval. Or it could be a separate decision. It's up to the planning board. Of course, scenic road permits usually aren't appealed, whereas subdivision approvals can be appealed. So it may be more beneficial for you to keep them separate, but whatever you want.
Okay.
Just think about it and let me know.
Yep. We can easily do that.
Okay, I was gonna open it up to public comment since there were a couple of neighbors here to see if they had anything to say.
You've got one hand up, Amy.
Okay, thanks. Jack Gold,
Yes, hi.
hi. Just state your name and address.
Sure. It's Jack Gold, 6 Valentine Road. My concern is, in looking at the plan, it looks like, if I'm reading this plan correctly, the roadway is about an elevation of 350, and by the time it gets to our property line, it's 330-ish, 335-ish. Looks like there's about a 15-foot drop. We've had water issues in the past. I'm quite concerned that with that kind of elevation drop, that there's going to be some significant runoffs to our property. I'm the second one in on Valentine Road. And of course there's other houses even further in. So what I see that there's a drain going from the road out to a basin, but is that going to be sufficient to take care of any runoff that might end up in our property?
Yeah, so the short answer is yes. The way that this is designed is to meet, like I said earlier, the Massachusetts Stormwater State Standards as well as the Town of Northborough Stormwater regulations. In both regulations, when dealing with subdivisions like this, one thing you have to meet is the pre-post development. So we analyze the site in its pre-condition. We put it in our program and it gives us calculations for runoff for the pre-development, and whatever those numbers are for each storm event, we can't exceed those. So a little bit more detail, and I know you were there at the preliminary and you had that concern originally. So
Right.
In this case, I specifically, and not to get too much into it, I specifically broke it up to look at the abutters. And in this case, you're down here.
Mhm.
So your
Yes.
POA 4 is my definition for your lot. So I specifically looked at the abutters and seeing what each one did. So for you, this is your existing flow based on soil types, different things that we analyze on the site. This is what is coming there in the proposed, which is post-development. So once the subdivision's in, once everything is graded, loam seeded, and complete, this is what you will be seeing. And as you can see, there's actually a net reduction in each storm event for you. So
Okay.
you'll be seeing less water than what you're seeing now based on the proposed design.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. That makes me feel more comfortable. Again, we've had water issues in the past when it was just an empty lot. And
Yep.
with the elevation, I was really concerned about the runoff.
Yep, and with the stormwater basin being directed where it is, so with everything being curbed and catch basins, the road stays in the cul-de-sac. I'm showing 2 catch basins, one here at the lowest points.
Got it.
That gets all conveyed to the stormwater basin here. And again, if that ever does overtop and anything discharges, it's directed into the large wetland system that's behind Valentine Road. which that is a larger system, so any discharge there doesn't have an adverse impact to the wetland.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I have a quick question on that because I actually had the same question based on the concerns of the abutters, which and maybe this isn't something you can't answer, but when you talk about 100-year floods or 100-year the flow, does that actually already account for things that are going to be basically considered as climate change? And you know, even though we may have more extreme climates, you may have the same flow based on you've improved it, but it's really not changed the flow or the amount.
So when we do the calculations, one thing that we look at is rainfall data, which is periodically updated, typically by NOAA. There's other entities that do this, but they periodically go in and provide updated numbers that we use for the basis of our design.
Mm-hmm.
So as you know, there's always extreme weather. There's only so much that we as professionals can account for.
Sure.
So in this case, the numbers that I'm using are what the town requires, what the state requires.
Sure.
So they are the most up-to-date numbers that we can possibly have right now. So it's not like we're using numbers from the mid-90s or anything like that.
Right. But when you say you might actually see reduced flow based on the actual difference in climate, you actually might see the same flow. So I wouldn't want the abettors to be upset when they say, oh, I'm seeing the same thing. We thought it would be reduced, but it wasn't. It's not reduced because it's actually, we have more extreme weather conditions.
So again, the data that we use for the basis of our design and all the calculations take into account the most recent rainfall data they can give us. So, and that's again, when you see the 100-year storm, there's a predetermined number that NOAA, for example, says for your area, this is the number for the rainfall event.
Okay.
Again, if you have a giant monsoon, a 500-year storm come in, those are so rare and infrequent, those are hard to account for.
I get it. I understand, but I just wanted to put it out there that they're hopeful that they'll see less, but they may not based on where things have been going.
Okay, thank you. I see a Paul with his hand raised. Can you please state your name and address?
Yep, it's Alyssa Kalopoulos, 201 Howard Street. My question is based on the conversation about the sidewalk. Is there a plan in place for an HOA?
Yeah, so as this being a private way, there would be an HOA established for the development.
And that will handle the snow removal, the maintenance and all that?
Yep, so the HOA would cover your normal upkeep of the private way.
And that's going to be put into like the bylaws of the community, or?
So typically an HOA is a legal document that is written up and is executed to the appropriate properties. So it would be tied legally to the deeds of the property.
Got it. And then my final question is, someone mentioned that they're going to be shutting off the water and that would affect my house. How long do you anticipate the water to be shut off for?
Sorry, I'm just thinking because that would typically water installations, contractors try to get those in and out as quick as possible. So
we could probably get a better time window on that when we go through the nuts and bolts of the connection for our water main with the water department.
Great.
But
yeah.
in my experience and what I perceive in this situation, it should be only a matter of hours.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no, this isn't a day's like
Got it.
you don't have water for days type of operation.
All right, thank you, sorry.
Okay, I see Jack Gold with your hand raised.
Yeah, sorry, I do have one more question. Actually, it's more of a comment, if I may. I'm a bit concerned with the connection to Green Street. I walk my dog along Green Street quite often, and that part of the street, frankly, from a traffic perspective, people come barreling down that street at 40, 45 miles an hour, and it's a blind curve just a bit further up Green Street. So if there's anything you can do to try and mitigate what could be a disaster, somebody getting hit or a car getting hit as they pull out of that driveway, it's something that I'd be concerned about, that you might want to, I don't know how you handle it, but something you might want to think about just from a safety perspective.
Gee, almost like our fences and hedges. Sorry,
Yes.
but we tried to do, a fences and hedges bylaw in or a zoning change that got downvoted by at town meeting. So that was the reason for my snarky comment. Sorry.
No, I just worry because I've been on that street and it gets really nasty. So
next Tuesday is the Town Safety Committee, which I'm a member of. I would offer that send a message into the DPW in regards to Green Street. One of the things that the Northborough Police Department has is, I don't know if you've seen those little radar signs that tell you your speed.
yes.
What those do is those actually capture the information as well. So the police department can then read it back and be able to see what some of the speeds are in that particular area.
They've had them up on the corner before. They're there for a couple of days and they take them down. But it's just, again, it's because of my experience walking in the street. So I'm not sure what the police department has found, but there's some not very safe drivers on that street. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, no, I get it. And so maybe what I'll do is in that, when I'm in that meeting next week, I'll try to remember to bring that up to the police department representative and see if he can pull that data for us.
Thank you.
That's
Yep.
helpful, Bill. And I understand your point, Mr. Gould, because that intersection coming from, I believe it's Mohawk, where that sort of area triangulates. You're
Yes.
looking left, you're looking right. You don't know which way to look. Where's the traffic coming from? And then to have a stop and turn left. Fortunately, it's only 2 or 3 residences, but it does add that element of concern. Sure.
Yeah, truthfully, it's just an awful intersection.
Yeah. Yes, you're right.
Thank you.
I
Okay,
just-
see Alyssa.
Yep, I just wanted to support Jack Golds, and I did support Bill Pierce. I did send a ticket in about Green Street. That was me, Bill Pierce. And, and I will say that, yes, we saw the little traffic signs, and I actually just sent it a few days ago asking for the update on the speed. But I will support Jack in saying people just barrel down that road. Is very dangerous. I live on Howard, and the back of my house is facing it. We have a fence, but even with the fence, I get nervous with my little guy. I have a toddler. And so the neighbors would feel better. And I don't know what these builders could do, but if there's something they could do to help with the traffic flow, we would all appreciate it. And that's all I have to say.
Maybe putting in the driveway will give the police a place to sit with their radar guns.
I mean, Tom
Ooh.
can sit on my property. I own the property between Pepper's Way. I said to Tom, he can come and get a little bit itch on my, woods over here. They're
Yep.
happy. They can sit whatever they want on my property.
Are you on the property just below on that site map?
Yeah, no, I'm a Pepper's Way. That corner of Pepper's Way, that's mine. So
Okay.
yeah. So we're right there. So
Yeah.
all right, Bill, I'm gonna send another message to the traffic committee because you encouraged me.
It's a tricky area, but fortunately there's not a lot of traffic, but the traffic that does go there realizes there's not a lot of traffic. But
Okay,
I think this should be fine.
okay. I don't see any other hands raised. Anybody see any hands raised? I don't. Does anybody have any more comments before we continue? I think we're gonna continue in the we have 2 meetings coming up. We have one on the 19th, but we have a cell tower and it's probably gonna go kind of long. And then the next one is June 2nd. So I don't know if you wanna, if you're ready for May 19th and you wanna come after the cell tower, or if you wanna wait till June 2nd.
I will just give it, I don't think I'll be here June 2nd, if that.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I won't
So-
either, so maybe we might need to talk about moving that one.
Am I missing a party or something?
We could move, because actually I'm not here the next meeting, which is June 16th. So I wonder if you guys want to move to the meeting to the Tuesday in between those two.
June 9th.
Yeah.
I'm okay with doing it as a board. What does the applicant think? Would you?
I think so. Just so I understand the date. So is June 9th, is that a meeting in between meetings that we're going to have? We're going to add it?
Right, your choice is May 19th or June 9th.
Okay,
If the board can go, everybody can attend June 9th.
I got it. I'll leave it up to Justin. If whatever he thinks he needs for a time frame, if he thinks we can come back May 19th, I'll leave it up to him. If not, we'll shoot for the June 9th.
So, Lori, when do you realistically think we would see the peer review letter?
Steve?
We got approval yesterday. We generally take around 2 weeks to turn that around. So my guess is the June 9th meeting would probably be the better
Okay.
meeting for everyone here. Just so you guys can get any revisions done, and I think that gives everybody enough time to kind of sift through everything.
I know we're keeping you busy, Steve. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm a little bit. I went on vacation. It's like I can't catch up now.
We
but-
submitted everything to you. I know. I'm sorry.
We're good.
And board members, like Lori, can you meet June 3rd if they don't want to go another week, or is June 9th the most feasible for Tetra Tech?
I do have another meeting on the 3rd already.
I have a conflict on the 3rd.
I'm
Okay.
not coming back till the night of the 3rd, so I wouldn't be able to
Okay.
make that.
So it looks
I'll
like
be away
June-
that whole week.
Yeah. So if that's the case, if the time Tetra Tech needs to turn that letter around is fine. So with that, the June 9th works. As long as when he gets it back, I can turn something around. So at the very least, I'll have responses to the board and we can go through them. And then if Steve has a chance to provide responses to that, great. But that'll work for me.
Okay. Sounds good. Can all board members make June 9th?
I can.
You
can?
Fine.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And
Yeah.
Carter, you're a yes?
Yep.
Okay, so June 9th it is. Now, Lori, I don't have to make a motion to continue, right? It's not a public hearing.
It is a public hearing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was subdivision.
Yep. Preliminary subdivision is not a public hearing. Definitive subdivision is a public hearing.
Okay. Did I
I
read
just had-
enough into the notes then? I read that we had the subdivision, but I didn't have a public hearing notice. At the very beginning.
I think you provided enough detail.
All right, so then do I have a motion
I
to
just have one more
continue?
question.
Sure.
I just know, I think I mentioned this before, but the name Knox Trail, I don't think trail is in our bylaws is supposed to be used as a street name. I don't know if.
I think it was on the list
Is it?
because I provided
Yes,
the
you did
list during
provide
the
us the list
preliminary
and
plan process, and I believe it was on the list.
Mm-hmm.
Because is it Knox Trail that's on the list itself, or is because I know I'm talking about in the bylaws it says like cul-de-sacs are supposed to be drive or way. So I think and if it's road, it's supposed to be, going to the border of the town and these other things like that. I don't know if it's supposed to be like Knox Trail Drive or something like that. Or if, the fire, if it's kind of, would it be confusing to have a street called Trail, when we have other things called Trail?
I mean, I think we picked it off the list. I think what you might be saying, that maybe it should have been Knox Trail Way or Knox Trail something after it. We might have slipped up on that, but
I do know Knox Trail was one of the ones on the list that Lori had given us.
Mhm.
And again, I think that's a simple adjustment if we need to add something, or if the board would want us to consider a different name. As long as it's nothing overly complicated. The biggest thing is if it's short and sweet, it's easier for deliveries, people trying to find it. So, Steve, I don't know about you. I'm impartial.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think you hit it on the head. I mean, we picked the Knox Trail because we pulled it off the list. Maybe we slipped and didn't put the way on there, but we could, we're not married to it. We could pick another name. We're open to it. That's exactly what we thought of as, just coordinating deliveries, Amazon and all that. The less syllables, the better. So we were looking for something simple that met the requirements of the scenic road allowed words. That's all.
Well, thank you for doing that. Lori, can you find out if they have to add something to it? Or even between meetings, you can talk to Lori.
Yeah.
Okay.
And figure it out.
That's easy enough.
Yeah, I'll look at the list again, and I know they just updated it within the last several months.
Maybe there's
So
some better
I
ones.
can't remember if they said that cul-de-sacs have to.
I think it's not on the street name list. It's in like one of the I'll send it to you if I can find it in a few days or so. But it's in a bylaw section about the naming of streets. It's not the list of names for streets. It's in the for the end of street names that it's supposed to be, depending on if it's a cul-de-sac or a road or something like that. It's supposed to be like way or drive or street or whatever.
Okay. All right. So if you can touch base with Lori and she'll talk to the applicants. Do I hear a motion to continue the public hearing for the subdivision on 17 Green Street for June 9th at 6 o'clock?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote. Bill Pierce,
Aye.
Carter Brannon,
Aye.
Millie Milton,
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. We'll see you on June 9th.
Awesome.
right, we'll
Thank
see
you
ya.
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
Okay. Next on the agenda is the continued public hearing for 20 Bearfoot Road, 10 Bearfoot Road. And I see Quentin Hart is with us. Welcome.
I'm back.
Is
And
there
we're
anyone
still
else
here.
with you tonight that we're missing?
Let's see. It looks like people are added. We have Adam Baldarelli. We have Jesse Aguilar and Kat Kramer with me tonight.
Right.
And they're all on.
Okay, before we start, I just have to make a statement. I have to ask Anthony Zaitin if he has watched the March meeting and read all the materials that go along with this application.
I have.
Okay, we just have to make that statement so he can vote on it.
If you could just specify the date
Oh,
that you
I think it
missed.
was March 17th, was it? It's in the decision.
Yeah, that's right.
March 17th.
Okay.
Okay.
So I will write up a exhibit for Anthony to sign. So the reason why he's making this statement is because the town has adopted the Mullins rule, which allows a planning board meeting member to miss up to one session of the public hearing as long as he agrees to review the tape and the minutes and look at all of the materials. So if you folks have a problem with him participating in the vote, then now is the time to say that.
We do not.
Okay.
Do you have preference on whether we talk about 10 Bearfoot or 21st?
Well, I mean, it depends on what order you'd like to go, Amy. I mean, they're kind of concurrent applications, so
Right.
as it did in the first hearing, it bounces between the two a bit because they are interrelated property. I thought that I could give a couple brief remarks on some updates from the last meeting, and then it would be kind of your direction as chair as to whether you want to talk about Tetra Tech comments or planning member comments or open public, public comment, however you wish to do it. We can kind of go with the flow at your preference.
Sounds perfect.
Okay,
So we'll start with you.
so I'll share my screen quickly. It's not going to be nearly as long as the first time. Oh. Okay, hopefully you can see this PDF presentation of the aerial, is that right?
Blank screen. Yep, there we go.
There it is.
Okay, all right, great. So just to recap, we're here to talk about, this is the aerial representation of the site. We had site plan approval for 10 Bearfoot Road, which is this building in front, an existing 32,000 odd square foot building. And then we're talking about site plan approval with special permit for 20 Bearfoot Road, which is a new proposed 60,500 square foot building in the back there. So a few changes to the site plan that have been made that are worth calling out. We had a spirited discussion about vehicular safety at the retaining wall in the March meeting. We've added, kind of as was conceptually agreed upon at that meeting, a timber guardrail along this area where we have the larger grade change that kind of varies from 10 to 11 feet in difference between the two properties. So this guardrail runs the length of anywhere that we have head-in parking that could potentially continue to roll forward. And I know that these schematics are small, but it's just sort of evidencing details that were in the package showing that that guardrail exists. We've also added heavy-duty asphalt to the truck court area. So this was a comment, I believe, that originated perhaps from Tetra Tech. And it's well received with respect to the loading area. Some of these trucks, when they're turning their wheels under a heavy load, they have a tendency to put a lot of torque onto traditional asphalt and can cause damage to that asphalt. I believe the original comment was to increase the asphalt throughout the site. The board will remember that this is not going to be a heavy trucking facility. There's not a lot of dock doors. It's not set up for large distribution. And so we focused that heavy duty asphalt on the area where the trucks are maneuvering the most and actually causing pavement disruption. And putting it elsewhere, in our viewpoint, is just like excess foreign material on the site that's unnecessary. Obviously, if it's a problem, we want to maintain it anyway. We're aligned that way because our tenant is not going to be happy with a poorly paved site. So that's depicted in sort of this area where you see sort of the hashed or dotted line work in the back, that would all be heavy duty, which basically means thicker asphalt there. And then the final is that we kind of talked a little about signage last time and some directional signage. The two kind of, actually the single most important directional signage that the board raised issue with last time was to direct trucks east down Bearfoot Road to prevent them going west towards
Mhm.
Whitney Street. So the whole idea was to have some signage at the end of the driveway saying truck route is west, or, trucks must turn left, some comment of there. So we've gone ahead and provided, a signage schematic throughout the site, including some stop signs, some route information, handicap parking signage. I just want to sort of comment. So, the suggestion by Tetra Tech is to make all signage of what is called the MUTCD standard, which is like a uniform traffic code that is really, frankly, pertinent to roads and highways and places where the public goes. And basically what that means is that stop signs would look like the stop signs you see at public road intersections. And we would ask the board to consider allowing us to not have to meet that standard, because we just, this is private commercial property. It's not a place where you're inviting the public. And our personal viewpoint is that the aesthetic of large 24 or 30-inch stop signs on private driveways like this just looks strange and is not aesthetically pleasing when you consider the overall landscaping. And so the proposal of signage is to utilize the common sort of schematic of signage, meaning that a stop sign would look like a stop sign, but it would be integrated with the overall signage plan of the site and not necessarily meeting that MUTCD standard, which would be much more relevant to the public roads and a place like a shopping center, where you're actually inviting the public, and there's a purpose for really making sure that they recognize the exact same signs that they would see elsewhere. It's just our personal viewpoint that we just don't think it's attractive aesthetically, and we think that, we're looking out for our interests, but also the interests of the overall kind of beautification of the site. So it's just a comment there. I'll take questions
Here,
about.
should I ask the board for input? While we have it out,
Sure.
like we
Yeah,
did
if-
before.
Amy, if I may.
Sure.
So I think I agree with you about the MUTCD. Very familiar with that, with the traffic safety work. So basically you're not looking to change the shape of the signs, you're just looking to change the dimensions.
Correct. Like, I think a 12-inch stop sign at the end that does not stick in someone's face and conflict with the monument sign is more appropriate in this case than a 24 or 30-inch, which would be the MUTCD standard.
Yeah, but to the other side, we don't want a 3-inch sign either, right? So, we want something that's going to be visible, but I understand where you're going with that. Yep, I can agree with that.
So we wouldn't know the size. So with the condition, we would just say signs that don't have, well, it depends on what the other board members think, but they don't have to be MTUC, but appropriate size.
Well,
have-
you could add, just my suggestion is that you could add that it's a reasonable size to, provide legibility to drivers.
I wonder also, since Steve is on the call and he made that comment, whether he has something that he'd like to share.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so we always recommend the MUTCD because it's consistency. If there's drivers, they see a consistent sign, and they're traffic planning is always, consistency. So you always want a consistent layout. But I certainly understand the developers viewpoint on it. It is, most of these people will be there daily. It's not like you're getting visitors. So ultimately, I think if the sign is of a similar shape to what the MUTCD standard provides, then I wouldn't be concerned about the lesser size.
Do you
Okay.
have specifics of what you'd propose as the sign sizes?
I don't, Carter, because I would like to do it, with the overall signage package for the site. And that's just a whole nother consultant that we would normally hire later that would kind of put that together. And so we didn't go so far as to plan that all out because we'd like to entertain that at a later date. But I mean, what we're trying to do here is balance acknowledging the purpose of signage and to show that we intend to add it. But just sort of respond to the specific comment of that standard and our concern that, well, really our viewpoint that we can address safety, but also be mindful of the aesthetics of the site and not having sort of these awkward signs everywhere, and so it's just really a balance, but I don't have the specific answer.
Yeah.
Amy, is that something you can address? Because as design review, do they look at signs?
Well, I was gonna ask about that. Lisa had mentioned arrows on the pavement. Are those there, to go around the building to show direction?
Yeah, so we've got arrows depicted, and then we also have the sign that sort of directs people at this corner here, Amy. I can't remember how to do. I learned everything about that spotlight thing last time, and now I'm forgetting. So hang on.
Yeah. I mean, when I first saw the thing, I was a little bit kind of hesitant about, not using different sign standards, but knowing it's just a size change makes me feel better. I do, my kind of question is, I don't know if could there be another kind of approval, just, if you're not using the MUTCD requirements once you have the plan? Is there somebody that you can go to just make it approved? Again, I'm more just, I don't want to say, okay, don't do signs to the standards and then, have some accident happen because the signs were too small or something like that. And so without knowing the specifics of it, I'm not sure we should just kind of waive it completely.
I mean, I think that one way that I might suggest you'd be able to do that is that if it's in there as a condition that it needs to be of a reasonable size to enable legibility for drivers, if it then wasn't, and that you could even say also it needs to be consistent with the, color and shape of it. I don't want to go too far, but my point is that if it's in the condition, if it then wouldn't, we have certain as-built, requirements, and Lori and Bob have inspection rights where they would be enabled to raise that we did not provide that, meeting that that standard. And then it is private property, and so obviously your liability is released there. But I hear you. We want to do the right thing, which is why we're open to it. And we don't want to just put a little gray sign that says STOP. I get that's sort of silly. But we also don't want to have, those big signs that have sort of reflective metal backing on unistrut posts, sticking up all over a site that could otherwise be quite aesthetically pleasing, on the road.
I have a suggestion. So I had sent out a draft decision, and condition 10 is what covered this. So I could change the language to say all signage and pavement markings shall be clearly visible and installed so as not to impede sight distance at the driveway's intersection with Bearfoot Road. Would that be okay?
I'm amenable to that, but if the board agrees.
Sounds okay to me.
Hold on. What is condition 10?
Condition 10.
What if it should be like, shall be legible with consistent shape with MUTCD standards? That's what
But-
Mr. Hart had mentioned, or no?
But I think he's already got all the signs on this plan and they are consistent.
Oh,
So
okay.
if you look off to the left,
Mm-hmm.
you can see them.
Okay. Then
Are
I'm fine.
are we on 20 or 10 right now?
20, sorry. That's on.
This is
That's 20.
20.
Trying to see where. Mm-hmm.
20. I see it on 10. Where's 20?
I have it on 20.
I don't think I have it on 10.
I have it on 20. It is number 10.
What page is it? Page
7.
Seven.
It's number 10 on 20. It's not
Okay.
on 10 Barefoot Road decision.
Oh,
So it would be I don't know, be some like clearly intelligible and visible or something like that.
so I have it under the decision as number 10. All
Correct.
signage and pavement markings shall be compliant with MUTCD.
Yeah, so I'd get rid of compliant with MUTCD standards and, so it would only say all signage and pavement markings shall be clearly visible. Or if you wanted to add the extra words that Carter just suggested, clearly visible and installed so as to not impede sight distance at the driveway's intersection with Barefoot Road.
Okay. Okay.
You could say clearly visible and decipherable,
Yeah.
something like that.
Or legible.
Are you saying I can
We're
see it,
planning
but
on
I
doing
can't
the right thing
understand
here.
it?
So like, I'm not losing a lot of sleep over it. I just like don't
Yeah.
come up
I
with,
see it,
some
but I don't
feature,
understand it.
whatever, that no one's, that some, someone is a gotcha. That's all.
Right. I'm just basically I'm assuming kind of the point of having the standards is that, we wanted it to make sure whoever's driving in knows what the sign means and you're not putting like some weird shape as your stop sign or something like that.
Yeah.
When, what was the
That's
word you used?
I use decipherable. I don't know what
Decipherable.
the right word is. I was like Googling it on the side here. Like, what is it?
And you had
It's
legible.
reading. Decipherable is easy to make out, is what Google says. Like,
Sure.
Legible?
I put intelligible, but I don't know if that's.
I don't really know what
you're-
that
You're
means.
going too far there, Carter. Wait a minute.
Makes sense.
capable of being understood or clearly comprehended by the mind. I mean, that's
What language?
that's a judgment on the people reading it, Carter.
I agree. What language?
While we're talking about signs for the next one, not that we're doing decisions yet, but with this sign for number 11, I also added a little bit where it says the proposed freestanding sign shall not impede sight distance at the driveway's intersection. Like the top one, because that was part of Tetra Tech too, is that the freestanding sign shall not impede the sight distance?
My intent with number 10 was to include all signage, including the freestanding sign.
Sure.
I mean, what we could do is say all signage, including the freestanding sign and pavement markings, if you want to do that.
You also have that protection clearly in the signage section of your bylaw that you
Yeah.
can't place signage, impeding visibility.
Yeah.
I was just because I questioned the triangles, since the triangles aren't there. They said not to impede the sight distance.
No, I know, but I'm just raising the point that they said that, but you also have the legal protection, in your like we couldn't place the signs to impede. That's
To
all.
obstruct.
I'm fine
Yeah.
with adding that, Amy. I
Yeah.
just like, it's a response to that Tetra Tech comment, that's all.
Yeah, and you wouldn't want to either.
Correct.
But we just like having it because years go by and the bylaws change.
Yeah.
And nobody checks.
So you're gonna make 10 and 11 all one.
No, so I'd still have 10 and 11. I would just say all signage, comma, including the freestanding sign and pavement markings. And so I'd go
Okay.
on from there. And then number 11 would say the proposed freestanding sign shall include the property address. I mean, if you want me to combine them, I could.
It's up to you.
Might as well keep it separate. It's there. It's clear. No harm.
I have number 9 before that too, and I wanted to change 9 to say, well, or should I wait till the end? I pulled it up to look and then I see where I had comments.
And I think that should be more specific because it basically, you directs it towards Solomon Pond Road. You have to know where that is. I would say directs it left.
And I think it should be
Towards
more
the
than,
east? Towards the east?
I think it should say heavy commercial truck traffic shall turn left or shall turn east. Like more than just the signage on the other decisions that we had trucks. We said which way the truck had to turn, not
Exactly.
just what the signage said. So it's heavy commercial truck traffic shall turn left when exiting the property. Signage shall be installed that directs.
So
Heavy,
like, it's hard to see in this visual, but like the third sign down is the sign that's proposed for that intersection where it basically says no right turn. So either one, I mean, personally, that says that. I prefer the more affirmative than negatives, generally speaking, just because, but
Yeah.
that's like the idea here is that yeah, I'm with you. And we all know it's left, right?
Mhm.
So it should either be you can't go right or you must go left. And I think either is fine so long as it's intelligible.
And you meant shall not turn right.
Right.
Okay.
yeah, we always told them which way to go versus which way not to go.
I
But
agree.
so it's just easier, like heavy commercial traffic shall turn left.
And does every driver know whether they fit that realm of heavy commercial traffic? Or heavy commercial?
We're just gonna direct trucks left. I think
Yeah.
like
All
that's what
trucks
we're
turn
gonna do.
left.
Because we don't want to get into like a nomenclature, battle with you all about what the right definition is per DOT or otherwise, and then
Right.
also what the Whitney Street Bridge can handle, all that
Right.
stuff. I think the idea is that trucks must turn left.
That's more clear and simplified for me.
So do you folks want me to get rid of number 9 then? Is that sign good enough, or do you want to keep number 9 to reinforce it?
Well, I would say that you just take out all truck traffic shall turn left, or, yeah.
So
Or-
the number 9 says signage shall be installed that directs heavy commercial truck traffic left towards Solomon Pond Road when exiting the property.
Yeah, I think we do need the signage line
Mhm.
item in there because we've already been dealing with others in town that,
Mm-hmm.
because the signage isn't there, they feel like they may not have to put up the signage.
Yep.
But I think we need both. Like you need the first part that says
Right.
heavy commercial truck traffic or whatever word we picked shall turn left when exiting the property. And then signage shall be installed that directs heavy commercial truck traffic towards Solomon Pond.
Well, I mean, I can only comply with the signage. I can't. be out there holding the driver's hand, telling them so I can agree to a condition to place signage, but I can't enforce a condition beyond that, Amy.
I think we had that before because then you could, tell the business that they have to instruct the drivers that they have to turn left. And we're not saying that you have to get out there, but if there is a problem, like say the guys or girls all start turning right and then Bob has something he can go back to and said, well, this decision says they have to turn left.
Well,
Versus, oh, we've got the sign.
It's then, vendors and visitors, and I can't be placing this springing obligation to, even like a Northborough company or a, delivery job. My concern is just that creates some springing obligation where then I'm enforced for something that I couldn't possibly enforce or police. You know what I mean? That's my concern. I mean, I agree with it and I'm happy to put the signage and even remove the word heavy and have it be all commercial truck traffic needs to be directed left towards Solomon Pond Road. But I'm not sure what I can sort of pre-agree upon on behalf of all truck drivers that they will turn left. Do you know what I mean?
When this condition only says signage shall be installed.
Right,
Right,
but I was
fine.
changing it because we did that for the others, like, because then it gives Bob something. If you say signage shall be installed, then the signage is there, but if all the trucks are turning, I mean, all the other warehouses we've said which way they have to turn. And it doesn't, it's the heavy trucks. It doesn't mean everybody.
Well, I guess at some point, each truck driver knows generally what their weight and their load is going to be. So if you said trucks over X amount of pounds turn left, would that be worse or better?
Or tractor trailer trucks,
So like a scenario is that like someone comes here and then needs to go to Iron Mountain, for example, and doesn't, intend to cross, onto the bridge that has a weight limit or otherwise.
Right.
I can't then have agreed to something with this board that then someone would see the decision, come out and financially or like even worse, sort of red flag our property and not allow us to go there because a truck driver like went that way but did not break any DOT public right of way rules or otherwise. And the same would be just of another visitor. This is not a large warehouse. It's not, going to be heavy truck traffic. I can certainly direct them and sort of, we volunteered that last meeting, but I can't covenant that they will.
Yeah.
I'm just like being practical about the, sort of extent of my ability here on this.
But this is where we run into problems, with verbiage. Like
What
it
is the
could be
weight limit of that bridge?
closed right now.
Right, so it's 0 right now.
Right. It was
Well.
6 tons, but nobody ever enforced it. That was the problem.
What if
I think-
tractor trailer trucks shall turn left unless they're staying on Bearfoot Road?
I think that signage is kind of makes the most sense if you put a sign that says either trucks turn left or, trucks turn left, use Solomon Pond to get to 290 and 495 or something like that. I think that's kind of the best. That makes sense to me anyways. I don't think it's something.
I know, I'm sorry. Sorry.
I
I
don't think
don't know if would you have maybe signage shall be installed and maintained? So like if the sign gets knocked down, they have to make sure there's still a sign there or something like that. But
the thing is, you can put up signs, but it doesn't mean anything.
I agree.
I guess it's not that trucks can't drive down Bearfoot. If they're trying to go to Iron Mountain or something like that, they would be turning right down Bearfoot, and that's fine. It's that, and then they're not allowed. Well, I'm not sure what the current situation is, but they're not supposed to turn left on Whitney Street at the end of Bearfoot, but there's nothing. If they should be directed that way, but it's not prohibited for them to drive down Bearfoot if they have to get to something down there.
Yeah, keep in mind that there is a heavy vehicle exclusion on Whitney Street, taking a left from Bearfoot, right? So
Yes.
trucks can't go there anyways. So once the
correct.
bridge is repaired, there's no reason that a truck can't go right and take a right there,
Mm-hmm.
right? There are other industrial businesses down there.
Yeah.
So if some delivery truck needs to make a delivery down there, yeah, he could go the other way as well. I completely agree. But that's why I think just having the signage there is okay, because I think in, God forbid, 10 years when they finally reopen that bridge,
No.
there may be reasons for them to make a right-hand turn.
I don't know if this would be part of, if this is what the applicant would do or somebody else, but if you really want to guide, because I know, you have several signs on like Bartlett Street of showing you how to get to 495 without going to Route 20. I don't know if you want like signs on coming out onto Bearfoot and a sign like at Salmon Pond so that they turn to the highway instead of trying to cut through to like Boundary Street or something like that.
We don't really have that like ability card just from like a control standpoint. I think that like it is important to note here for a moment that like the will of traffic flow is obviously towards Solomon Pond as it is. This is a little bit different than the past scenarios where it's a little bit more convoluted about the potential residential drive-by impact routing could happen here. And so that's not to be dismissive of the board's concern. Obviously, we are aligned in that we agree that signage is a reasonable ask. But I think that for all intents and purposes, the trucks are going to be going to Solomon Pond because they're most likely going to that interchange just statistically based on where they would be going. My concern is that I can direct and sign, I can't like covenant that they will do that and then be liable for that covenant if someone breaks it. That's kind of where the distinction of my where I feel like my responsibility ends, because these are public roads and these are various vendors and different companies serving these companies. And so I would encourage everyone to be mindful of this location. The building typology combined with the signage is likely to address, I don't know, I'll pick a number, 98% of the concern, that might otherwise exist. I don't know that, that's just a made up number, but it seems to me like we're pretty well aligned in that way in this location.
And I agree with you in the sense that, the proximity to 290 and that interchange is what makes this location extremely desirable, versus going down, Bearfoot Road onto Whitney Street and finding another convoluted or delivery scenario. I agree with you.
So
it sounds like the majority of the board is okay with the signage.
Yes.
I'm still on the fence.
I am.
Yes, I am.
So are we just changing that criteria, just add, directs heavy commercial truck traffic left towards Solomon Pond Road?
Is there a distinction between heavy commercial and commercial? That we might want to.
Heavy, let's just call it all commercial because we're
Sure.
just.
I agree.
all
So-
trucks go up.
I would be careful with that only because there are some people who have pickup trucks and have commercial plates, even though they, may not use it commercially. So,
And they'll make a decision on their own, I feel.
right, but what I don't want is I don't want somebody driving, going to drive home and them having to take a left even though they live to the right because they have a truck that has a commercial tag on it, right? An F-250 or something like that.
I think, Bill, not to like undermine the concept, but like we're gonna just use the word trucks, not even commercial. And my viewpoint on that is that like trucks in this format or something that is intelligible along the lines of this format
Yeah.
is sort of like general. I don't know if there's a general understanding that that likely means like commercial, but I think that like our mindset is to not narrow this so much that we like add extra words or make it harder to understand. So, I would like to leave it commercial truck just so that we're clear about what it is if you're open to that. But if not, that's okay too. We're gonna I think that we'll probably use the nomenclature trucks in the sort of term of art sense of, large trucks.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
appreciate your comment.
So should it just say truck traffic, if that's what the sign's gonna say?
How do you feel about passenger trucks, though? Somebody who works there who just drives a Ford 150 as their
Right.
Well,
personal
again, I think they're
vehicle.
gonna self-select into the not truck category. That's just my,
Right.
Yeah.
but like,
Is why putting up the sign, it really doesn't, it's a suggestion. It doesn't mean they have to go left or
I
right.
agree.
Right. If
I
I was
think
local and
that-
I was driving my F-150 and my house was to take a right there, I would just know to do that, I think. So and not
Yeah.
really-
I agree. At some point, you have to use some rational common sense and say, well, I don't think this applies to my situation. But
well, like, yeah, you see the signs to the left on this page. When you see that word truck route, I don't think that people in pickup trucks are perking up and saying that's where I need to go. I think people
Exactly.
know that it's, heavy trucks.
And I do think if you had a delivery truck who needed to take a right to go to Iron Mountain would, make up their own decision to do that and not worry about it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there aren't police cars looking for that type of violation.
Okay.
So
While we have this page up, Tetra Tech had also talked about the concrete. Are we okay with just the heavy concrete being in the back? I mean, I am.
Yeah, I am as well.
Yep.
Are you talking about the heavy duty asphalt or
Asphalt,
Yes.
yeah.
That's
Yeah, sorry,
okay. I'm like, where's the concrete?
sorry.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right, did you want to continue?
Yeah, sure. And just to, we talked about some other things just right there. I'm not gonna like present and visually represent every comment on decisions or conditions or Tetra Tech comments, so we can sort of open that up afterwards. I thought I would just call out the big things. This was not necessarily a planning board comment, but we found a way. We'd previously striped the island, but it was asphalt at 10 Bearfoot. And so I just wanted to call out that we found a way to leave that as landscaping actually. And so there's no change to really any calculation. It's just like a noted improvement to site conditions that we don't have the impervious cover of the island at 10 Bearfoot anymore. It was previously asphalt. Now it kind of remains the turf that it is today. Lighting, there was really an oversight on our end that the existing light poles were not of 10 Bearfoot were not represented as being saved and relocated. And so on this page, you can see the green dots are where the light poles are today. Obviously, those are now in the way of parking spaces or circulation. And so we're simply pulling them, this one on the north side south, and this one that's on the, whatever, we'll call it the west side of this. We're just pulling it east a little bit so it falls within that landscape island and doesn't conflict with any parking spaces. And so what you're seeing is the old existing layout in light gray with the new layout in darker line work on top. And we are requesting a waiver request from the board to provide a photometric plan based on this being a really minor change. And the fact that like, we feel like this is just adequately lit. We don't have any of the exact specifications for all of the light fixtures in this lot. It would require us getting a lift and going up there and taking a readout of them. And it would be a time-intensive, process relative to the benefit and necessity that we feel like it would add to the application. And then the second lighting change was a, good point by Tetra Tech. A concern raised on light intrusion onto Bearfoot Road. And so previously this pole had been closer to the intersection, which basically meant that some of that light from that first pole was going to be cast onto Bearfoot Road. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, except that it creates irregular lighting. And so people's eyes adjust, when going under that. And so we pulled that light pole back. And I think Tetra Tech was satisfied with that adjustment here to lighting. And then finally, we did, I think that the Northborough Fire Department issues are now closed. Hopefully the board saw the correspondence from Acting Chief Vespasi that he's satisfied with what we've shown them, and Lori has captured some of his criteria into kind of proposed conditions, which also fall into building and fire code anyway that we need to comply with. So I was showing that we did add sort of the truck turnaround schematic on 10 Bearfoot, which was previously a comment. And then kind of since we added this, we've had some back and forth in which the planning board was copied via email, and we sort of worked out the remaining issues there. And then this sort of brings me, I guess, to introducing one of the bigger open issues of really both applications, which is the question of sidewalks and 30 Bearfoot Road. And so I guess I'm feeling to the chair, Amy, like this is something the planning board needs to deliberate and talk a little bit about, but like, if I may frame it from my perspective, just for everyone's benefit. So there's a proposal to extend a 5-foot asphalt sidewalk along the frontage of 10 Bearfoot and 20 Bearfoot as part of this. That was recommended by Lori, town planning director, and agreed upon by the DPW. And then kind of to us, there was some correspondence that went around from, a member of the design review committee that raised the concern of what they felt was the right direction there, which I'll call it multi-use ultimate lanes, which was, I don't know if Mark was proposing exactly what was on the complete streets, but that was generally the concept of the complete streets prioritization plan for Bearfoot Road. It's just to be consistent from the beginning, it's been our viewpoint that while we are very sensitive to and encouraging of pedestrian infrastructure, we are hesitant to create pedestrian infrastructure that doesn't terminate into any public or sensible end. And so we've always been a little concerned that extending the sidewalk, down another property, creates a new maintenance issue and also helps encourage pedestrians. But then if it does not continue providing a safe refuge for the end of that, at the end of that, then that can be problematic because you're encouraging people without providing them a safe path. And unfortunately, there's no pedestrian sidewalks on Bearfoot Road other than the stub where it crosses Solomon Pond Road, not even at the senior center or the town, property. And so we've certainly listened to and understand the planning director's concerns on this, but we're unsure of how the board wants to even consider this between the DRC, planning, complete streets, etc. So I don't know, that's just me sharing, Amy. It's kind of, I think, the planning board's topic to deliberate in general, whether for this plan or in general, I don't know.
Right. To follow up on that, it was a lot of debate during design review. And I can see there are both sides. I can see Lori's point of wanting to start somewhere, but then there were also the DRC concerns that if we're going to do complete streets, we should follow the complete streets plan, which called for something different. And also I heard from someone else who also said they were concerned that if we start a sidewalk here, it would cause the sidewalk plan to jump to Bearfoot Road ahead of other neighborhoods that have been looking for sidewalks for a long time. So there were a lot of different discussions, but no real decisions. So now it's on the planning board on whether you want to do a 5-foot sidewalk and it's bituminous. You want to wait to follow the complete streets plan, or, it's up to board members. I don't know what anyone feels.
So the plan for Bearfoot, according to Complete Streets, has been the 10-foot wide shared pedestrian bike path. Is that correct, Lori?
That's correct.
So if that's what's planned by the town and that's already been adopted, I don't see why we would then do a sidewalk.
It was a conceptual idea. Because of course, the thought at the time was that the aqueduct could become a multi-use trail.
Right.
And of course, the MWRA has poo-pooed that plan. So if we were doing the prioritization plan all over again, I'm not sure whether the multi-use trail on Bearfoot would still be the priority versus a sidewalk.
Understood. And sometimes plans change, but it still hasn't changed, right? So I understand what you're saying. And actually, I was ready to go into this with the sidewalk, and sort of pushing the sidewalk, but I wasn't aware of that complete street, that this was, in our complete streets plan. And given that, I think that's what we should be pushing for, because that's our plan. That's just my view. I don't know what everyone else thinks.
My opinion, I know we had kind of also, I don't know, there's seemed disagreement on whether there should be some kind of walkway connecting the building to the street, which to me, based on the site plan criteria, would be kind of what's expected of this. I'm not sure if because it's on and egressing from the property, the sidewalk along the street, I'm not sure if that maybe would be more the town's responsibility than the applicant.
I do think that if there is already a plan for this bike lane, pedestrian lane, in the works, I don't think creating a sidewalk, separate from that goes nowhere makes a whole lot of sense.
I agree with you, Anthony.
Would just point out that there is a sidewalk on Solomon Pond Road, so you would be connecting this sidewalk to that sidewalk, which goes all the way to the Solomon Pond Mall. So it wouldn't be really a sidewalk to nowhere. Just want to point that out.
Fair enough.
I honestly can't say I see much pedestrian traffic on that, if any.
There are people who walk on Barefoot.
Definitely on Barefoot, but I don't know about Solomon Pond
Correct.
to the mall,
Right.
but
I don't believe I've ever seen anybody on that.
so I'm torn because it is a start, but then it is a sidewalk to nowhere. And if it's number 19, how long until we get to the rest of the street? So-
And then like the obvious question then is like, what side of the street, right? Does it go on both sides and all properties? And then are there crosswalks at each property? I mean, that would be kind of part of my concern too, is like, what is the master plan for sidewalk? Is it then also 5 feet on both sides or not? Because what happens if your next property that comes up for approval is like halfway down the street on the other side? Are you then gonna end up with a short segment there too? Again, I mean, pedestrian.
I forget to ask the DPW director, but do they plow the Solomon Pond? Would they plow this? Or they wouldn't because it's just a short segment? I don't know.
Lori, I can't speak for them, but my recollection is that they were supportive of the sidewalk, but did not necessarily say that they would be removing the snow on it. But I don't know. I could be wrong.
I believe when we discussed it in our little meeting, he said that he would not remove the snow. I think they only removed the snow in the downtown area.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Josh did run a letter about the sidewalk, but not Scott, but Josh did.
Is there also a request for a waiver from a development analysis that would include a pedestrian kind of survey thing? Would that give any insight into helping us make a decision if there was something like that?
I'm not sure. Could you maybe clarify so I make sure I understand the comment, Carter?
Possibly you may be referencing a comment that I made. So we do have a requirement for a development impact statement, and as part of that, there's a transportation study. So they did submit a transportation assessment, but it wasn't a full transportation assessment. So it didn't have everything that is required. Most specifically, we require accident data, and that wasn't included. So I had made a comment saying that either they should submit the accident data or they should request a waiver from that requirement.
So as chair, I don't know, do we take a straw poll vote? Or it is a tough one.
I don't know. Did we have a decision on pedestrian on the property from the building to the street?
I thought we weren't asking for that. I think we decided that last time, but we
Mhm.
could do it again.
I
I think
think,
we had a discussion about it.
yeah, we did. And I know Carter's position was that it was, still important, or at least it was that was, the position I recall, Carter,
Yep.
that you had on March 17th. I think that like, if some concern is to precedent and the specific bylaw language, I would sort of direct you to like consider the fact that like the overarching decision criteria does refer to the consideration of the location, type, and land use of the property. And then it says could not be improved. So the board is permitted to think about the fact that, and just to recap, our argument generally here is that industrial and commercial properties do not want to invite the public into their property.
Yep.
And that adding, whether it's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 foot sidewalk, introduces something that does not help marketability of the property, which is what results in the tax value of the town and the economic engine of employment. And it unnecessarily adds project costs and impervious cover and, foreign material to the project at really what we see as a detriment to the project from our viewpoint, as the owners and the people that have to then go market this and keep someone happy operate here. And then we also talked about there are a lot of site constraints with how the driveway grade works, and that it would be, pretty much infeasible for us to create a sidewalk along that driveway there. But I'm not really resting on that argument. It's not just because we can't or won't, it's because we fully believe that it's not the right idea. And we point to, all the other industrial properties and commercial properties on the street in town that don't have that pedestrian accommodation down to the site. And so that's our position, is that we feel like we're trying to look out for the interest to make sure that this is a good project for what it is. And we would certainly ask you to think about the type and use and land use in how you interpret rendering that criteria, your decision criteria on this project.
And- Sorry.
I am just, well, I mean, like considering, I think that though that these two things are connected, that if we're with the understanding that there is a plan to improve pedestrian access on Bearfoot, that would potentially change how we evaluate whether it's safe to walk from that sidewalk to the building. So to me, it's kind of, if we're talking about sidewalks along Bearfoot, it'd say, well, they go to nowhere. They wouldn't go to nowhere if they're connected to the buildings.
Right, but I don't see the plan to improve pedestrian access on Bearfoot seems a bit misguided. I feel like this is industrial, and I hear what you're saying, Carter. It would be all great if these were different types of businesses. The type of traffic here doesn't really I would say more bicycling or cycling traffic is more prevalent than pedestrian traffic. There isn't a lot for people to enjoy in the walking element. I tend to agree with the point and purpose of pedestrian access, but I don't think it's necessarily applicable here.
I mean, there are like restaurants around the corner.
One.
Yes.
Well, there's no sidewalk on that portion of Solomon Pond either.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
All right,
I
does everybody-
still think that it would be important, and I do think that Bearfoot, improving pedestrian on Bearfoot and access to the buildings would be important for the town to do.
Mhm.
So you agree with the 5-foot sidewalk and the sidewalk to the building, or just,
I mean, I think the sidewalk to the building is more important than the sidewalk along the street, only because if we're waiting to see what the town's actual plan of how they want to do that sidewalk, might make what they're proposing with here unnecessary. But if it's
Okay.
one or the other, I would do the one to the building. But I don't think the applicant wants to do that.
right? And I think last time we had a straw poll vote. How did the other board members feel about the sidewalks going to the building?
I don't feel it's necessary. And I think to Mr. Hart's point that this isn't a place where we won't want to draw interest or traffic to. I feel that it's what they've designed here is appropriate.
I agree.
Yeah, I somewhat agree. I mean, there are a lot of people that, at lunchtime go out of their buildings, their work locations and walk down Barefoot, right? It's a nice wide street. It's one of the few wide streets here in Northborough. But, I can see the other side as well, that, you don't want to invite people. If they were, maybe not warehouses, if they were like retail spaces, okay, I could see doing a sidewalk there, requiring a sidewalk. But because they're warehouse facilities and that's the use, I don't know that it's really that necessary.
Okay, so it sounds like the majority of the board doesn't feel they need the sidewalk to the building. Did you
But
feel the same?
I
Huh?
do know that, I mean, at the previous meeting, we were also talking about what other ways that could improve pedestrian safety, if not a sidewalk. I don't know if that was what was being suggested on the email with the painted lines along the street, or signage or something like that.
I think, Lori, correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a discussion about putting the painted lines on the street, but Scott Charpentier wouldn't agree to that right now either, right? He said that they just painted the lines and it wasn't in the immediate plans.
Yes, that's correct. That's what he said.
So,
Are we talking about on Barefoot or on the driveway?
I think Carter's talking about in the driveway.
Oh, we were talking about Barefoot.
Yeah.
because that was an idea that came up other than the sidewalk, was like a shared bike lane, pedestrian lane. So I think we talked about it before though, and I think the majority of the board were in agreement not to do the sidewalks or even the lanes because it was too narrow and there'd be trucks. Was that Quentin? Was that what was said? I can't remember.
Yeah, I mean, doing the lanes on the driveway going up, with all respect to the board, is like, really the tail wagging the dog here. This is a facility that people are driving to and logistics, and it's going to cause more confusion than it would not to have extra markings on that private driveway there. And look, people will walk down the driveways just like they do on every other property on Barefoot Road right now. There's no sidewalk, including the senior center does not have a sidewalk out to the road. And so it's, I think we all have to be mindful of the use here and balance. Yes, pedestrian, accessibility is important. We have bike racks for a reason, obviously, but there has to be sort of, a practical sort of endpoint on the amount of infrastructure that we're dedicating to that and weighing, potential confusion or adverse impacts of bringing that too far. And our position in like having to be the ones leasing this and operating it and maintaining it is that we hear all those concerns, and in many cases, we agree with them. If this were a restaurant or retail center or something where the public was invited to, we would be an advocate for that kind of infrastructure. In the case of this, zone and this specific building and use, we feel like it's just not appropriate or necessary to go further. I'm fine to add a sign at the entry that says watch for pedestrians or be mindful of pedestrian and bike traffic at the sign. But I think that even just striping the private drive would cause, some risk of confusion otherwise, or pushing vehicles tighter, over there. And so I would really kind of ask the board to be mindful of what this property is and what the zone is, and sort of make a distinction between some of that property where the pedestrian traffic is much more encouraged and heavy, and sort of balance that with the facts at hand.
You had a tenant come forward and they weren't gonna do a warehouse thing and they were doing more of something that employed a lot more people, then you could go back and still put the sidewalks in down your driveway after the fact, if you saw
If
that.
they asked for it, or if they were like, yeah, we do want, more infrastructure for our, employees, then like, we're gonna be motivated to comply with that because we want to create, nice places that people enjoy. It's just like there's some practical constraint to like how many things we can add to a site to sort of take care of the edge cases here. And in this case, I view, this as an edge case where we're talking about, markings is one thing, but even, the sidewalk itself that's a lot of infrastructure for an edge case that I feel like is sort of onerous to put on us as compared to every other property in this zone.
Okay, well, to me, it sounded like the straw poll was 4-1. Unless anyone else changes, I think we should go forward.
I do just want to ask us to be careful of how we might kind of go about saying we're okay without the sidewalk or anything. I think, again, I disagree with other members of the board that this is unnecessary, but if that's the decision we're going to make, I'd want us to be careful that we're not making the decision that this would not be expected in the future of every property, every industrial property as well. I think that if there is some special reason why this property specifically does not need, or it's impractical to put a sidewalk, okay. But I think given that Bearfoot now we are, as a town, have plans to improve its pedestrian access, any future project along Bearfoot, we should be looking at how that pedestrian access goes towards the building. So I'd want us to, even if we, I still think it's necessary, but if that's not the board's decision, I'd want it to be a decision not based on that we in general don't think that's necessary.
I don't think that the pedestrian access towards a building is what's intended. I think pedestrian access maybe along the public roadway is the intention. I'd be hard pressed to find a pedestrian walkway to an industrial building from a road like this.
I agree with you, Millie, but Carter, I also agree with you. So
and I do too, but
let me use an example.
Yeah.
The senior center, right? There's a walkway path, a trail up there, right? That's a use where there should be a sidewalk coming from the road, probably up to the senior center.
But
right?
disagree.
That's a use that I could see, Carter, what you're saying. Yes, we do want that, right? So I think it is based on the use. I think in this particular case, because they're warehouses, the use doesn't justify it. But I do see your point that, there may be uses on roads here in Northborough that do require that, and that has to be reviewed. I completely agree.
I will do not agree with you on the senior center because people will drive to that parking lot. It's sufficient, and they'll go on those trails. They're generally not going to park somewhere else, walk to the senior center, and walk to the trails.
No,
So
but some of the
somebody who
some of
lives
those
in the
people
Pine
who
Knoll neighborhood, I walk towards that area or bike towards that area.
yeah,
you know,
and somebody who might be coming
biking
out
is
at their
different.
lunchtime to take a walk, right, who works across the street from the senior center, might
Mhm.
walk up that driveway.
Yeah, okay, maybe. Anyways,
Good points, but for this
yeah, for
facility,
this specific project, I say I'm not inclined to think a sidewalk to the building itself is necessary.
okay. Right. So it looks like 4-1 with the straw poll, no sidewalk to the building. What about the sidewalk on Barefoot Road, starting at the corner, going to 20 Barefoot Road? And what would it be? Would it be on the grass that's currently there, or it's on the road?
Well,
I see the green line.
right now, what's represented is the concept that was proposed by, the planning director, which is, well, actually, it technically is all of 20 Barefoot Road, which means it would continue on the other side and dead end. But there is roughly, I haven't actually measured, from curb to town to private line, but it's depicted that there is roughly 5 feet behind the curb to the property line right now. So it would be up, above the curb. And I think the proposal was that the slope granite curb would become, a Cape Cod berm to sort of provide some separation, and then that would be an asphalt sidewalk there.
Yes, that's correct. So the sidewalk would be within the right of way of Barefoot Road. It would not be on private property. And it would therefore be maintained by the town.
Except that they're not going to do snow removal.
No snowplow, but when it needs to be repaved, it would be repaved by the town.
Any comments from the board? I know we already talked about it, and it seems like people really weren't in support of it right now. I just want to make sure before we move forward.
I'm inclined to say to do it. For people who I guess are now going to be walking down the driveway to access the sidewalk. My vote would be yes to do it.
So my vote would be no, given the complete streets information. And, if there's a modification that needs to be made to our complete streets, then maybe we need to look at that. But given the information at hand, I would also say that as somebody who lives on Whitney Street in that area and has an asphalt sidewalk in the front of my house that has not been maintained by the town for 30 years, I would question whether the town is going to maintain those going forward. I mean, I know they're a little bit more visible than the one in front of my house, but given those conditions, I would question whether those would really be maintained.
Okay. Millie or Anthony?
I agree.
Yeah, I'm still a no for the sidewalk.
All right, so it sounds like no sidewalks. And we'll move on.
Okay, so Amy, that's all the kind of visual stuff I was going to bring up. Unless the board wants to refer to some of the plans, I can certainly continue to screen share or show those things, but I don't know if, you prefer to go through conditions as a proxy for comments or Tetra Tech memos, but sort of at your direction. If
I
that's
know. That's what I did at home is I went through the Tetra Tech and focused on the conditions. So we could go through a Tetra Tech one by one. Does everybody have a copy of the April 20th 2026 letter. I have it in front of me, but I could pull it up, or Lori, you could pull it up.
Let's see, what's that? I'm not sure I have it available right away.
I can look for it quickly too. I think I have it on my in my hands, so. The search. Sorry.
I have it up if you want me to share my screen.
Sure. I have so many things open now. Actually, it was probably on the website. The first one. Oh, that's a decision.
I thought that's what you wanted, the conditions, right?
The Tetra Tech letter.
Oh, the Tetra, I don't have that.
All right, I'm gonna go on the website and
I can get it pretty quickly.
okay. I'll look too. It's probably on the website.
All right, I got it.
I got it too.
The original one's on the website, but not the updated one.
No worries. I'm gonna just start with 20, I guess, if that's all right, because that's what popped up.
Sure. Yep.
Okay.
So there were a lot of correspondence between Lori, the applicant, and Tetra Tech had two different letters. The latest one being April 20th. So we can go through the review. The number one has to do with a sound study. In my opinion, it doesn't seem like a site that would need a sound study. Plus, we already have that performance. I forget what they're called, performance standards that they have to meet. Does anybody feel that we don't know the use? We don't know the use of who will be in here. So does anybody feel that we need a sound study?
I'm not sure I do.
I don't think we've asked for it often. Unless there's a use that we know that would be very loud.
Yeah, and I think this is far enough away from any residential that we really don't have to worry about too much sound.
I mean,
Sure.
it's right next to the highway, so I can't imagine
Right.
really louder
Yeah.
than that.
Okay. So we can skip that. The second one was resolved. The third one talks about the ANR. Were the meets and bounds put on the ANR? I think they were.
Yeah, and we filed the ANR with the board as well, like a final Mylar with signature as well.
Yep. I considered going through that first, but. All right, so number 3. Number 4 was resolved. Number 5 has to do with groundwater. There were some conditions put in the decision that have to do with groundwater, so I think we'll go back to that.
Let me just scroll to the next unresolved one, Amy.
Yeah, actually, Tetra Tech had a comment for number 5, so maybe we should ask them. Talks about compliance with the surface water and groundwater quality is expected to be reviewed during stormwater review for the project. So. I don't know if you've gone through much of the groundwater system in front of us, but do you want to explain it a little bit?
Oh,
Sorry,
Amy, are you speaking to me, Amy?
Oh, no, sorry. Either one of you
Well,
about the
so-
groundwater.
Yeah, so the drainage study has been referred to the the disturbance and stormwater management, process. We have filed it with the planning board, so you all have a copy that shows that we comply here and that there's no problems there. There's still, as a condition of approval, we have to go get that permit. So the board is not like just waiving this, it does need to be studied and approved by the Conservation Commission. So I think that you still have the contextual kind of control of that via that process there. And I think that the original comment was really a comment about impervious coverage versus lot coverage. And I mean, Steve can chime in, but I think our clarification resolved that comment, which is that basically there's a mechanic in which you can't increase the impervious coverage by more than 40% unless there are certain groundwater standards met, groundwater quality standards met, in which case it's not impervious coverage increase, it's the underlying lot coverage requirement, which is maximized at 50%. That is the compliance metric, which we're well within. We're 26.6% on this lot. So we're referring to that. And then in our stormwater report, our engineer, stamped addresses the water quality concerns of this provision. And that's where this comment sort of left off, is I think Tetra Tech acknowledging that either they or someone else will be studying that as part of that drainage study for the land disturbance and stormwater permit.
Is that what you concur with, Steve?
That is correct. We did not review stormwater as part of this, so that would have to be reviewed during that stormwater review process.
Okay. But I think somewhere it was mentioned there was enough that we would be able to approve the groundwater conditions. I guess we can go back to.
Yeah, I mean, until the compliance with the surface water and groundwater quality standards is I guess reviewed, we wouldn't be comfortable commenting on that at this time.
So maybe Lori, you had mentioned we could put a condition in there that it has to comply when they go through the stormwater review.
Yep, we can do that.
Because it's getting tricky, because now we used to do stormwater, but now Concom's doing stormwater, we're doing groundwater. And sometimes it seems like it overlaps.
And quite honestly, your stormwater quality CMR, refer to CMRs that don't even exist anymore. And so, we've updated that in our interpretation following the logic of how the state has rewritten the regulation and shown that we comply with that. But sort of as stated, the bylaw refers to a water quality standard that simply doesn't exist in regulation. And so.
So that's for our stormwater bylaw?
No, I'm saying in your planning board groundwater protection overlay.
Oh, okay.
Sort of cites the CMR, which is, the regulations that refer to water quality. And I don't know, Steve or our engineers can chime in, but it's since been collapsed into a drinking water standard CMR. And so, I'm really just noting it for something for you all to adjust in your next, language, is to sort of catch that and adjust that CMR to the new one. But
no, that would be great. That's what I was just writing down. Like, if there's something that's off, we should update it.
Yeah, I mean, we understood what the point was. And so the good news is that even the federal standards require a lot of these things anyway, but and state standards, but our stormwater report demonstrates compliance with all these underlying, require metrics. And I think that there's already some conditions proposed that sort of get to that, including sort of a condition that there be a signed, statement at the end that there's no detriment. I don't know. We'll get to that in a moment, but
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like this comment was resolved to to the extent that it could be at the moment.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, Amy, can I ask for clarification? So, if you look at the industrial development standard, so there's the language that says such that the increase in post-development net runoff volume shall not exceed existing conditions by more than 15%. So is that what you're looking for them to demonstrate through the stormwater review? Okay, because that's
Sure.
what I'll put in the condition.
Because they can't demonstrate it now, right? It hasn't been reviewed,
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
but it is something we need to vote on for the groundwater special permit.
I will show you, if you can see on your screen right now, this is an excerpt of our stormwater report. And so I know that you're not reviewing this formally, but this is that 15%. So we're actually decreasing, not even increasing less than 15%, we're decreasing the post-development runoff of this site. So we're improving it over existing conditions.
For
And
10
so
Bearfoot or both?
this is, well, this is the whole site, but this is, I mean, both is the answer, but this is 20 Bearfoot in particular here.
Okay.
So the criteria is less than 15%, and we're, you know, in every storm event, 2-year storm, 10-year storm, 25-year storm, 100-year storm, it decreases over existing conditions. And that will be reviewed in the future, you know, by an engineer, but I'm just pointing out that that is, you know, I can demonstrate at least with a visual that we do comply with that.
Okay. All right. But Steve, you can't clarify until you review it. You can't really confirm.
I mean, based on what was provided there, then it's a decrease, not an increase. But yeah, I mean, we haven't reviewed the numbers yet. So you have to review the models and everything to make sure that, you know, runoff was properly counted. And but yeah, someone will get into it, you know, once the stormwater is reviewed.
So what would happen, Lori, if we approve it and then it doesn't meet the numbers, then they would just have to meet the numbers?
So what I could say is the project shall, the project as developed shall not exceed post-development net runoff volume. Oh, gosh, I totally messed up the language here. So
Getting late.
So with the development, the increase in post-development net runoff volume shall not exceed existing conditions by more than 15%. So I could just make it as simple as that, just say, and then I could add a sentence saying, they shall submit and the like Tetra Tech will verify.
Yeah,
Something
submit
like
to
that. I can
Concom.
wordsmith it and send it to you.
Okay. Are you okay with that, Quentin?
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, we're already doing it, so I'm fine with that, you know, they're gonna review the drainage report and we decrease, and so there's just no concern there.
So Lori, could it be one of those prior to construction? Net runoff shall not you know, it shall be demonstrated. And
Sure.
Tetra Tech shall review that net runoff shall not exceed 15%. Yeah. Just one of those.
Sure.
So number 6, it was resolved. 7 was resolved. 8. I guess we could just go to the one that's not resolved.
So 10, I think that, I mean, this is resolved in my viewpoint. I think that the board may have had some communication with Lori about this. I'm not sure about their waiver or not.
Okay. And we could do a straw poll, so then we get to the end, we've had decisions made, but is the board open to waiving the 20-foot landscape buffer between the two buildings, 10 Bearfoot and 20 Bearfoot? Actually, the way the bylaw reads, it says up to 20 feet may be required by the board. And according to Tetra Tech, this will be 14 feet plus a approximate 10-foot high retaining wall. How does the board feel about this waiver?
I noticed there's a few waivers. I mean, I think, well, I'm not sure, was this the only one from this one, if the others were the other one, but there were a few waivers about landscaping. And I kind of would like to hear more about what's being requested on all of those before a decision.
Sure. Okay, so do you want to keep going through these and then we'll go through all the waivers one by one? Or do you want to go through it now? Which is easier for you, Quentin?
Well, we talked about this one sort of at length last time, and just to remind the board, the design review committee did recommend, a waiver here. But the concept is that there are site constraints. We are not providing 20 feet, which again, it is up to 20 feet and it may require, so it's an optional requirement by the board anyway. But we are also providing a grade difference of 10 feet. And so the visual separation of the two properties being on different grades is quite dramatic, because if you're down low, you're seeing a retaining wall and your view of up high is lessened. And if you're up high, you're kind of looking over the property below in a sense. And so, I recall the straw poll was positive on this at the last meeting because of those facts and circumstances, and that it's not really even a waiver. You may require up to 20 feet, but we've sort of constructed as a waiver to make sure that we can get the necessary approval or relief, so to speak, from this provision.
And this is where you're putting the wall that you showed, the fence.
Correct. This is between the two properties, which are already kind of in cahoots about the application, but we're really pointing out for the board's benefit that, conceptually, having a grade difference is probably a better aesthetic than having a minimum of 20 feet on even grade. If you follow my logic, you have sort of the added benefit of vertical separation in addition to horizontal separation.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know, could we vote on it just as we are not requiring 20 feet as opposed to being a waiver, so we're not waiving our bylaws, we're just we're saying what's already allowed.
I get what you're saying, because we talked about this a lot in design review too. We don't want to set precedent. This isn't something we would do all the time. So we did talk about that and how we would word it so we didn't set precedents for. So we could.
I mean, your approval of the site plan, in my perspective, constitutes approval of this. I don't know. We requested a waiver, and Adam may jump in and tell me, "No, quiet." But because it's may require, you have the option to require it. So I'm comfortable that by virtue of taking action on a site plan that shows 14 and not 20, I have the necessary approval without you having to even word anything complicated about a waiver or a variance or relief.
I agree with that, Quentin.
What was that?
I agree with Quentin's analysis on that.
Would the board be, what do you think, Lori? Can we take off the waiver and just approve it as a 14-foot buffer?
I think that's fine. I didn't include it in 20, but I did include it in 10, so I'll just delete it from 10.
Okay, is everybody in agreement with that?
Yeah, if Lori's happy with it, I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. So next one,
One would be number 12. The next one that's not resolved is number 12. And this concerns the sidewalk. So in front of the building, this one would require a waiver, as I understand it. Is that you all require 7-foot sidewalks. In the case of our project, I believe it's 5.5 feet, which we view as sufficient. In order to make it 7 feet, it would mean that we need to delete the 2-foot landscaping uh, track that runs along the facade of the building. So maybe I can pop up to plans and orient everyone quickly.
and I'm okay with this because I think the 7 feet was meant for downtown where you need a wide sidewalk to put like eating areas and benches. It wasn't really
Exactly. I
meant
mean, if
for
you're meant
industrial.
Strollers or shopping carts and retail, that wider sidewalk makes a lot of sense. In our experience, this is perfectly viable for this use, which is why we were comfortable with the design.
Does anybody on the board?
Could you just remind me, I remember reading it earlier, what is the bylaw number for the requirement?
We added it last year. This is new.
Okay.
I
So
got
it's
it.
not in the book. And I
It's,
do think we meant it to be downtown, but it ended up falling into industrial also.
it's section 7-09-020C7.
So it's not in our book yet.
I believe it is in the book.
Oh, thought that was last year.
And
What was that again?
It's
Seven.
7-09-020C7.
Okay. Because I because at least the way I was reading it, it seems like is it does it say is it the sidewalk that has to be 7 feet or the entrance itself?
I agree with you, Carter. I read it as the entry needs to be over 7 feet. So our initial comment back was that we've got this huge entry with plenty of depth and space, and you need safety there. But I think that grammatically it could be interpreted either way, but I share your interpretation. We thought we complied with it. Because as you see, this main entry has a very wide, generous pedestrian sort of refuge leading up to it. And so I think that that's, a determination that the board would need to make, but we requested the waiver because it seemed like there was some pushback on how we were interpreting it.
Yeah.
Haven't.
Yes, AI, and they thought it was a toss-up.
I'm okay with the waiver. But I must not have the latest book. So I don't have it right in front of me. Oh, I see it. I have another one. Primary entrances to buildings shall be situated on a pedestrian way and shall have a minimum width of 7 feet. I do think it was supposed to be sidewalks too, Lori, but maybe it's not worded properly.
I think you're muted, Lori, if you're responding.
I interpret it as a sidewalk. Pedestrian way is a sidewalk.
Mm-hmm. If it was meant to be a sidewalk, is everybody okay with the 5.5 feet?
Yep.
Is that,
Thank you.
is
Yeah.
that to the standard of like ADA and stuff?
3 feet.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So it sounds like that one's okay either way.
Yeah. So this was the granite curb. So this one was, I think, pretty obvious. So Barefoot Road has slope granite curb along it. And so we have an area of slope granite curbing at the entry. Let me see if I can find the appropriate sheet for that. Bear with me, there's a lot of these things.
So we call for vertical concrete and you wanted to do sloped.
At the entry, yeah, because we want to be consistent and ease the transition with the existing condition that you all have in the town. So basically the radius we're proposing is slope granite because that apron will then tie into and match what's existing on 30 Barefoot, Barefoot Road. And then it transitions to your compliant vertical precast, for the remainder of the site. So in this case, we're asking for a waiver basically to be consistent with what the town has installed on the road. Because if we take your literal by-law interpretation, we would then have sort of an abrupt transition right where it meets the curbing on Barefoot Road.
I'm okay with that. How does everybody else feel?
That makes
Same.
sense.
I'm okay with that.
Yep.
And the next comment pertains to snow storage.
I think Lori had a condition that it has to be removed if it goes above what's on the site.
Yeah, it does.
Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Monument sign, we've just earlier talked about a condition that no signage will impede site distances, so I think
Yeah.
that we have that covered. Next comment was a comment raising common driveway regulations. So it's noted on this plan, but it's not subject of the, application, but 30 Barefoot Road will get its own dedicated driveway as part of this project. That's a minor site plan review that we'll be filing for approval for. And so this driveway is not a capital C, capital D common driveway in the sense that Tetra Tech was, raising it, which is like, the subdivision control law of enabling multi-lots, kind of not too dissimilar from the application you were just hearing earlier tonight, although I know that was a private way and a little different. But they've raised this question and we just kind of don't see it as relevant regulation here.
Lori, what do you think?
Well, I thought that the driveway that they're proposing would be of equivalent construction standard to if it was a common driveway. So I didn't really see that as something that would change the design.
Okay. Do board members have any questions?
Nope.
I'm
No.
good
Are
with
you
that.
okay? Everybody okay with that?
Would it would, even though it is shown as connecting to the other parking lot, would it need to go through common driveway?
I don't think so because
Okay.
the bulk of the driveway is like an existing condition.
Mhm.
So they're just moving it over slightly and adding like a little throat to it. So what they're proposing for 20 Bearfoot would handle heavy commercial vehicles.
Mhm.
And as Quentin explained in the last session of the public hearing, the only ones who are going to be using this portion of the driveway, like the common driveway, so to speak, are heavy commercial vehicles.
Mhm.
So it's not gonna be used by any other vehicles.
Yeah.
So like I said, I didn't really see what the design change would be.
Okay.
Mhm.
But do they need like an easement or anything for?
Yeah, that would be a private matter handled between
Okay.
the two property owners, Carter, but yeah, we would need that, but that wouldn't be like a board approved easement. I mean, we would make sure that that was documented. But it's not like, because we're gonna have the other separate driveway, it's not like it needs that legal right in order to be developable or compliant, you know?
Yep, makes sense.
Okay.
Amy, do you want to move on? Are you good?
Sure. Yep.
Okay. Um. Okay, I think this is resolved. I mean, it says we'll provide additional commentary once the board provides decision on relief from this regulation. This is just the scale of the drawings, which we're asking for relief of not having it be 1 inch equals 40 feet, and where ours equals 1 inch equals 50 feet. Pretty minor adjustment there.
Mhm.
And Tetra Tech says that it sufficiently shows the proposed work, so. ANR, this is the same comment, meets and bounds, we talked about that. Locust map. So we're asking for relief on the locust map. They're saying we haven't included a 300-foot boundary with abutting properties and a 200-foot boundary for utilities, so we're asking for relief on this, so we don't need to show every single off-site utility and locate those and find those public utilities on the site. And kind of, I think that we provided you a very detailed and legible set of plans that it's very, you're capable of inferring all the necessary information to vote on this project from what we presented.
Do you think there's anything we need, Lori?
I didn't think so. I thought it was addressed.
Mhm. I was okay with it.
We've asked for a waiver for providing information on existing trees over 10-inch in diameter on the plan. We talked about this at design review, and I believe it came up in the first meeting as well. And we explained that because of the large redevelopment of the site and the extensive new planning, that it was sort of irrelevant to then incur the cost or the time of someone going and measuring and plotting every single tree on the site, because you're sort of you're weighing in on the new landscaping plan here. And
Right.
offsite is remaining.
Okay. Does anyone have a comment? Or heartache?
You're not,
I'm good.
Nope. Okay. Keep going.
Traffic, this was the traffic assessment, so this is the question about distance triangles. I think they raised this again. We have some conditions and, addressing site distance, and the board kind of voted in favor in March of, not requiring a additional, traffic review by Tetra Tech. Based on kind of the initial findings and sort of our good faith effort to provide a pretty cohesive traffic assessment in the first place.
Do you think we're okay, Lori, without the triangles? I mean, it's a pretty straight road.
Yeah, they put the site distance information in the traffic study, so I saw that, and it seemed like the site distance was ample.
Okay. Everybody else okay with that?
Yep.
yes.
Okay.
Totally fine. Yeah.
Snow storage we just talked about. We'll come back to that in the conditions. ANR we talked about, same kind of comment. NFD letter, this was, at the time this was written, that was not a revised matter, and we talked about how that's now been revised, resolved, sorry. So that's now resolved. We talked about MUTCD already, and the wording there. This is just a note that the walls will be reviewed in building permit, the retaining walls. Lori has that as a condition, so and that would be code required anyway, so we can get around that either way. And
I
then,
had 35 through 41 all being resolved.
yeah,
Oh, through 43.
yeah, so that's it for this letter.
I noticed they mentioned compost filter sock barriers. Is that just written on the plan that you're going to use those? I guess they're biodegradable instead of the straw wattles.
I can't.
Yeah, this is Jesse Aguilar from High Point. We do specify compost filter sock barriers on the sedimentation control plan, as well as in the construction phase operation and maintenance plan that's in Appendix D of the drainage report, which will be subject of the stormwater management permit review.
Okay, but they're on the design also, you said.
That's correct, and we have standard detail for it as well on the detail
Okay.
sheets.
I just didn't know if we needed a condition. All right, so it seems like we went through everything from Tetra Tech. I think Lori, do you have any more comments? I noticed, he did the railing. And I think that was, did you have any other concerns?
No, anything that was outstanding from my perspective, I included as conditions of approval.
Okay.
So I did have, I am looking for some guidance from you about groundwater. So maybe if you're okay, I can share the decision and we can go through that.
Sounds good.
Okay. So, do you want to start with 21st?
Sure.
Okay. All righty. So some things that, of course, are changing based on tonight's discussion is when we get to the decision, we're getting rid of A. Oh.
Yep.
It's not letting me delete for some reason.
You're in read only, you got to save it locally.
Okay, well, I'm just telling you, I'm deleting that.
Well, you might as well save it so so it's updated.
Yeah, I can't modify this in Word and read only. So I'd have to get out of it altogether and reopen it.
No, if you click on
The
that
problem-
save as button.
Yeah, if you click on the save as button and make a
Oh,
new
okay.
name.
That'll make a local copy that you can then change.
All right, well, maybe I'll just call it 2.
Final,
I hate
final,
having
final.
documents with the same date, because then I mess up and send you
Right.
guys the wrong copy.
There you go.
All right, so we'll delete this one. Under B, I'm
May I
gonna change.
raise any kind of comments as we go through that we have to this? Is that acceptable for the board to, or to the board?
Sure, and I
Oh.
have some too, Lori, so we're gonna get all confused.
Well, we can go through them all. I did want to change, I did notice, I changed it in 10, but not here. So of course we no longer have a town engineer. So wherever it says town engineer, I'm changing that to assistant DPW director or consulting engineer's approval.
Mhm.
So,
Does anybody have any changes on 1 and 2? Of course, we did talk about adding that new condition that I have to wordsmith, having to do with that 15% post-development net runoff volume.
Mhm.
So I will add that tomorrow when I have time to think about good verbiage and
Fun with
energy.
that.
I'm not falling asleep halfway. Any other changes to these 2 conditions?
can I just raise a concern for the, board to consider? So, the concept of A is basically that we're gonna fund an account for third-party consulting engineers' review of our site once we're done. In concept, all of that is fine. I understand why that is and that there should be a mechanism to make sure for the town's benefit that things were done in accordance to plan. My concern of the precedent that the board is about to set here is that you're basically proposing that I have an uncapped obligation to fund whatever costs at whatever rates the consulting engineer wants to pay for that to get done. And this is not a judgment call on Tetra Tech or anything, but there is no mechanism to limit this dollar amount to a specific cap. And in theory, my concern, not that I believe that it's something that's going to actually happen given the present audience, but my concern is that under this language, the way you've written it, you could charge us $100,000 for, review of this. Because
Quentin, if I could interrupt.
Yeah.
The town has signed a contract, so there are set rates
But you
for
changed
the
that
various professionals, and I believe further on I said stormwater review and as-built. So that's what they're looking at. So they're looking to ensure that the stormwater facilities are installed correctly, and then they're reviewing the as-built plan. So a lot of the improvements, like the trees, I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna look at those, and I'm not gonna charge you. The parking spaces. So I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna count the number of parking spaces. So they're not gonna be sitting there watching you pave the parking lot. All we're gonna do, because this is a private site, all we're gonna do is we're gonna make sure that it's paved. We're gonna look at the as-built plan for any sort of variances between. But we will have them inspect the stormwater measures, and that's because if it's not done correctly, then you're gonna have problems. And we want to ensure that the stormwater measures are built correctly.
I appreciate that none of those limitations are written here. It just says that I will deposit $6,500 and that if you want more, I need to fund that indefinitely.
Is there a way, Lori, to sort of give what I would call an estimate for what that might look like so that the applicant can have an idea whether they agree upon?
Well,
Steve may want to comment on that. Number 6 is where we talk about inspections. So what we could say is we could limit, so the consulting engineer will inspect.
Did that not,
Stormwater mitigation measures.
to your point, Quentin, or did I miss that?
yeah, Millie, I mean, again, present audience, I'm not worried about this. I'm just like really raising an issue that like, if you can imagine putting yourself in my shoes.
Yeah.
This wording of like, you will comply or else, you know, and you will fund this account is just like a little bit unjust in my view of the fact that like, and like, we are who we are, that's good faith fact. There's a contract signed, that contract could change. In theory, Tetra Tech, again, not a judgment on any of the company here, but could just say, we need 100 hours to review this instead of 10, you know? And my concern is just to ask you to take my perspective a little bit and think about whether it's for me or future applicants is like, there has to be some alignment and cap here, whereas I'm just not at the, you know, sort of project end trying to obtain occupancy and like it just keeps going. Like that just doesn't seem like the right mechanic here. I'm really asking for a cap is all. Like that would make me comfortable, and but I just know that it's not 100,000, that it's, you know, it's
Understandable. So I guess that's my point in saying to Lori, is there a way that we can provide that sort of estimate as to what this might look like so that you have a better element of information to say, we need to negotiate this?
Well, I won't be able to because Steve is the one preparing the estimate.
And they can't do that?
Well, he hasn't done the stormwater review yet. So he will, so before we give him the go-ahead, he will provide the cost estimate. And certainly I can forward that to you, Quentin. I don't anticipate that the inspection would cost more than 6,500. Steve, what do you think?
Yeah, so just to get on and Laura, you've seen the few construction administration budgets I've sent over recently. Yeah, it should be less than that. There are a few basins out here. So certainly we'll have to look at, you know, when we do the stormwater review, what encompasses all of those. I know there's bioretention, which has a little bit more, you know, oversight requirements on it, but yeah, it should be somewhere around that. But yeah, for all these cases, we provide you know, a budget based on milestones that we expect based on the plans that goes to Lori and the town to forward off to the developer. So everything's out in the open. It's all, you know, documented. So.
But I think Quentin brings up a really good point is when we you know, administer these conditions, we might want to actually follow with some criteria that says, here's what we're looking at, other than leave it open-ended.
Well, I did just put in this sentence that says the planning board's consulting engineer will only inspect stormwater mitigation measures and review the as-built plan for compliance with the stormwater mitigation design.
I agree with that, but there's no real dollar amount. So it does leave it a bit uncertain for the applicant, which I understand.
Yeah.
Part two, though, is if you put a dollar amount, they may charge up to that amount. Like say he says, oh, it's like 6,500 and you had your max at 10. I don't know.
Right,
Well,
but if the applicant,
it can also vary depending upon the quality of the contractor. So, what if they don't install it right? And then he has to go out twice instead of once.
Mhm.
So, it,
it's tricky, but at
it's
the same
too,
time,
Okay,
too
so
difficult at this stage to come up with that. Plus also, when is it going to be built? Because we agreed to a budget that's based on 3 years.
today, yeah.
So the budget will change depending upon whether he builds it in year 1 or year 2 or year 3 of that contract.
So my request and proposed solution would to add a sentence that's up to the part A, Lori, that says, you know, the charges shall be commercially reasonable. So that I cannot get stuck in a position where an engineer, a future engineer, decides that because they have an agreement with the town that says we get 150 an hour or whatever the number is,
Mm-hmm.
they just decide to take 100 hours because why not? I have
Right.
the agreement and I know the applicant is on the hook to pay for it. And so that's how long I'm going to take. And I'm not
But I
suggesting.
have to approve that budget. So they send me the cost estimate. I review the cost estimate to ensure that it's reasonable, and then I sign it at that point.
Well,
So
then I'm asking you
they
to
can't
accept.
go forward and they can't go above the estimate without agreement.
But that
So,
doesn't say it to me, it just says
Commercially
that the balance
reasonable
goes
or
down.
comparable?
Yeah,
well, right now, so we've already gone through our procurement process.
Mhm.
So the selection committee has selected Tetra Tech, and we signed a contract that for certain hourly rates. And so they will comply with those hourly rates.
hourly rates are hourly rates. It doesn't imply the number of hours is my concern. So
If I recall correctly, Quentin, didn't Tetra Tech already say it wouldn't be more than 6,500? Can't we just leave it at that? That's the cap?
well, I'm either asking for a cap or I'm asking the reasonable standard that you just suggested, Lori, that you would be applying to the budget to be reflected here for me, because all it says here is that if I fail to pay, you can place a stop work order. None of that, I have no benefit of reasonableness standard extended to us as applicant in this language.
So what that means is, so we don't want you to install those stormwater facilities. So if you install them without any inspections, then the town can require you to remove them. So that's what all this language is about.
I think
And
you did a
so
better job painting the picture here. We do it perfectly. We call you first.
Yeah.
We play by all the rules. We put up the $6,500. We pay the invoices on time. The stormwater is by most engineers' standards perfect. But whatever town consulting engineer decides that they're going to bill 100 hours for this.
but
I
that's
am
not reasonable. I would never approve that.
Well, then let's put reasonable in here. There's no reasonable standard that's all I'm asking for, is there to be some standard of reasonableness that sort of I'm the beneficiary of. I believe you, Lori. I'm not making a judgment on anyone here.
Yeah,
I'm
I
worried
hear
about.
where you're coming from on this, Quentin, and you're looking for what's a comparable and reasonable, expectation.
Yeah, no, I'm not objecting to the concept of inspections or paying
No.
for them. I do trust that Lori and Steve and the present parties involved would make reasonable judgment calls. None of this is a projection on the character of the people on this
No.
board or in the staff. It's more about just in the legal decision, I would appreciate if some of that because it's an uncapped liability, so to speak, the way it's presently worded, I would appreciate if there's a reasonableness standard extended to me in the language. That's all.
Oh, you just want for reasonable technical review services? Is that what you're asking for me to do?
I would rather it say technical review services at reasonable rates and
Yeah, but how do you define that? Like I
Right.
said, we're under contract.
Well, what
So
about reasonable hours?
Or
They are gonna
comparable.
charge what the town has already deemed reasonable. So you may not think it's reasonable, but we're under contract.
think he
So
means for
that's how
hours.
much they're going to charge, and the town is okay with them charging that.
well, that would give you then all the standard you need to then, you know.
I can send you the contract so that you
But
can
that
see
might
what
not
the
be
rates are.
contract in 2 years.
But they are gonna charge those rates because that's what we've agreed to. So they're not
So-
gonna charge us less
then,
than
Lori,
that rate,
you
but they're
might
not
be-
gonna charge us more than that rate. That is the rate that they will charge
It's
for
right.
But the
services
applicant's
by
not
the
the
town.
applicant's not a party to that contract, though.
But this is the way they work. So this is how the 53G works. I can send you the 53G policy, but this is how all towns do it.
Would
Is
it be
there
more sensible
A
to say
sentence
the
you
word
could think of for
comparable?
the reasonable hours?
Again, it's not the rates, it's the hours too. I think that like we're getting too focused on, all I'm asking is for some mechanism and like I'm trying to take present company and present contract out of this. This is for
Sure.
the legal thing that's then applying to me, and ask that there's a reasonableness standard in here. And I'm not worried about what that standard is. All it does is give either the town or I recourse if it's not reasonableness to ask someone to weigh in on that. This is not going to be a problem. I'm simply asking for it to either be capped or reasonable be added. That's all.
Mhm.
Your attorney
Understood.
can think of where to put it. Like Adam, do you think there's a place where you could add that?
I mean, I
And
think,
again,
I mean,
I-
you certainly can, I'm sorry to interrupt the board member.
no. Go ahead, go
I
right
think-
ahead.
I mean, I think we can tweak the language if we just agree in principle on what's going to be said in 2B. But it might have to go reasonably required by the planning director to pay for any outstanding work as determined by as reasonably determined by the language in the existing contract between party X and party Y. The way you're referencing the contract that exists.
Not good for me, Adam. It's not the
Yeah,
contract.
I need more time to, I think
The
to digest it a little
contract
more.
proposes hourly rates. It doesn't propose how much time the consulting engineer bills to the town. So,
Yeah,
So,
But
would it help to say hours for comparable services?
yeah, I would just say taking into consideration reasonable rates and reasonable, review durations, like that's
Yeah,
fine.
but once again, what's reasonable to you and what's reasonable to me may be two totally different things. So how do we define reasonable?
We,
But the
Right
hours
now, we
depicts
have
the
a
hours.
contract where, the selection committee deemed and the town administrator who signed the contract deemed those rates to be reasonable.
it's not the rates, it's the duration.
Hours. So what if we gave hours? X amount of hours for comparable services.
Do you want to go through the rest of the decision?
I mean,
And then
I'm fine.
you
with
guys
this.
can work it
I'll
out.
pass over it, but I'm raising it as an issue that other
Mhm.
applicants are gonna have. Where I think it's unjust that you're providing no limitation on this. I understand that you're signing a reasonable contract, but this is an hourly rate-based contract that is not contained for the parties involved, for the paying party involved. And the paying party in this scenario can do everything right and still be penalized under this language. And
And-
like, I'll put this to rest because I do trust everyone in this process and move on. I'm fine with that. But I would just ask you to think about it in the future for other beneficiaries on the end of this. It's like, I have a little concern of the precedent it sets that like this is an hourly, type process. And Steve has been great and Lori's been great and all this. Again, it's not, these are documents that outlive all of us independently sometimes, right? And that's why I'm bringing it up, including myself.
I was just thinking, you could go back to it. You could work with Adam on some language and then
Yeah.
bring it
Yeah.
up to Lori.
And again, I agree that we might be able to benefit from this conversation and say, how can we present this the next time to an applicant that will have more assurance that they're not going to be stuck and put on the hook for something they really had been compliant with, but then got kind of messed up with. Appreciate
So
it.
can I make a suggestion?
Mm.
So I just, me being a technical person, I just put this through ChatGPT and see what it came out with. So what it comes out with is interesting. It says the planning board finds the specialized engineering expertise is necessary to adequately evaluate compliance with the approval plan, stormwater requirements, and site conditions. The applicant shall provide an initial peer review deposit of $6,500, which the board finds to be reasonable based on the anticipated scope of work, estimated consulting hours, and complexity of the outstanding issues under review. Any request for additional funding shall require a vote of the planning board and shall be supported by documentation demonstrating the need for additional review services and the estimating remaining cost. So basically, for it to go over 6,500, it has to come back to us for a review of why.
But it still leaves the applicant kind of on the hook for complying and appeasing that.
That addresses my concern, Millie. I mean, I appreciate your comment, but like, if I know that I'm not just beholden to one party, which is really, it's not even the planning director, it's the consulting engineer that I'm concerned about here. That is, again, because I need to keep saying it because I think people are worried that there's character judgment happening here. But like, it's just that I'm mechanically exposed to an indefinite hourly rate controlled, but hourly process as part of this. And so if other people are reviewing it, such as the planning board, I'm fine with that. And if we need to cushion this a little bit more, I'm fine with that too. It's not so much the dollar amount specifically on this that I'm so concerned about. I'm concerned about the scenario in which it runs away. And then I have language that basically does not allow me any standing to say that it shouldn't be running away here. That's all.
So do you agree that we add something in there that says if it goes over 6,500, it comes back to the board for discussion? Is that what?
Yeah, basically. Are you okay with that, Quentin?
I'm totally fine with that. I mean,
So Lori, is Lori still on?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
here. I saw that you emailed that to me. Do you folks want to add all of that he read, or just like, a shortened version of that?
If I could just make a suggestion that, it seems like the board members agree, at least in principle, with what Quentin is proposing as his concerns. If maybe we can put it in writing and I can tweak it and revise it and provide it back to you folks, and maybe we can reach, more concrete language that way instead of kind of going back and forth. Frankly, I need to see it. Hearing it a few times, I appreciate, but I learn by seeing things, so I'm going to have to look at it and dive into it and stare at it for a while before I certainly am comfortable enough, if that's amenable to Quentin and the board.
well,
But if we can,
question of either Lori or Amy on here. We got still, a number of pages to review on this, but are we headed towards a vote tonight? And if so, does not resolving this language right now prevent that from happening? I just don't know. I'm frankly asking. Because I'd rather just resolve it if we're close.
Yeah,
I
good
thought we
point,
were
buddy.
headed towards a vote,
Sorry?
but you can always write the decision after the vote, right, Lori? Like you have so many days.
Yeah, I mean, we have 14 days from the vote, but if you folks don't, so if it's just like a minor wordsmithing, then usually just Amy and I would work together on that. If it's like major wordsmithing, like something coming from your attorney, that everybody would have to agree to, then we're probably kicking it to the next meeting.
Let's keep it lean, right? Like, I
Yes.
think that there's not a need to overcomplicate this. I think this is an edge case issue that I'm really raising both for myself and also just to sort of, I know this consulting engineer arrangement is new for the town, given Fred's departure. And so I'm raising the issue and I think it will come up again. I mean, I would be perfectly happy with and I would suggest just that right before the sentence that states if the balance of the account is less, that says, to the extent additional funds are required beyond the initial deposit, the planning board shall, provide rationale to the applicant or something like, let's just, does that sound right? I mean, or shall,
Yeah, I see where you're going with that.
fine with me, like, I'm comfortable with that. Like, I just want there to be, I want,
The planning board shall account for the need for additional funding.
right, because this is my like sense here is that the town contract is written, and in a way this would actually like help Lori have a board to weigh in on if there does run away, like to provide some kind of oversight and control. So I think it could be a benefit to everyone, and I don't want to necessarily like, the reality here is Lori calls me and is like, hey, we need a little bit more. I'm just going to say, yes, of course, we're almost there. I don't want it to have to go to a board and, require additional action for you. But this mechanic that sort of Bill came up with a little help from his friends,
Thank you, Bill.
I think it works. I don't know. It's good with me.
Yeah.
And I would ask if it's okay with Lori, I guess, because she's the one that it'll fall on in a way.
So I did change the language slightly. So then it says, to the extent that additional funds are required and accounting for the need of additional funding shall be provided to the planning board for their review and approval. Is that what you wanted?
I mean,
Is
that's
it the
comfortable.
funding?
It's just like there's a process if it runs away, that's all.
And then the applicant shall then deposit, or something like.
I mean, should
As
it
are
be
required by the planning board to pay for any outstanding work.
and should it say the account of additional funding shall be provided to the planning board and the applicant? Because obviously I feel that we're not the financial end of things on this planning board. We've never really looked at that. So I'm not sure that's in our expertise.
Well, but that would be in Lori's.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
thank God.
am I leaving it just for the planning board?
Or planning director.
Well, I think it needs to be provided to the planning board because that then gives Lori leverage to like have it reviewed by someone else. I'm viewing this as a benefit for all parties that there's a mechanism
I appreciate that.
to control the town, the contract. I don't need
Yeah.
to, just the fact that I know that there's oversight implies reasonableness standard to me that is extended to me. So I'm comfortable with this language.
Okay.
Because I think it sort of maintains the concept of having it and while sort of inferring that reasonableness standard.
Mhm.
Is that okay?
It is late, so if there's anything like minor that people find, you know, like Lori said, it can be updated.
I've read that. I'm fine with that, Quentin.
Okay, thanks.
I think this is super helpful, actually, going forward.
Okay. All right, moving on.
File it away. We'll never talk about it again.
Hopefully, hopefully.
That's right.
Are we all set with the whole first page?
What does Chat GBT say?
Oh my goodness, I keep hearing that over and over again. It's making me feel bad. Everything I write goes through Chat GPT now.
Okay, so, all right, yeah, I'll just speak up if I have a comment, and I guess everyone else can too.
For number 9, were they gonna add the word left? Wasn't
Yeah.
it?
I've got the revised language. Signage shall be installed and maintained.
That directs heavy traffic to turn left towards Solomon Pond.
No, we got rid of heavy.
Heavy's gone, just
Yep.
Commercial truck traffic
left.
to turn left towards Solomon Pond Mall when exiting the property.
Yep.
Not sure it's gonna be a mall.
No, she has road there. I
Road.
said mall.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's late.
My bedtime is 9:15, so anything after that becomes challenging for me.
Nice.
So the
pumpkin.
next one, we talked about all signage, including the freestanding
Yep.
sign. And then we changed shall be clearly visible and decipherable.
Nice word.
Decipherable. Okay, are we good with that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then I get rid of 18.
Done.
I had a question on 20. It talks
Oh,
about
yes.
radioactive
Can I go first?
materials.
I have one on 19. Could I ask?
Okay, you can go first.
So, sorry. Don't want to preempt the board chair.
That's okay.
So this 19 is our proposed condition to light manufacturing, which I think we did like a straw poll on, the board was supportive on, but I don't know, I don't mean to infer that. But my question is like, this says the prohibitive use, but does the decision elsewhere say the affirmative is that light manufacturing will otherwise be allowed on this site?
Yeah, because this is a special permit for light manufacturing use.
Okay, I just
So
don't know
it's,
what it says for it,
it's
so I
in the-
wasn't sure.
Right here.
Okay, all right, then all good on that one.
Yep.
Great.
Go ahead.
Actually, mine was 19 too, but the numbers changed.
Oh.
Because I have an older decision. I didn't know if we could just end it at shall be prohibited. Like we've had hardship with radiation. So I mean, is there ever going to be a use where you're really going to have a radioactive site for a tenant?
Radiation is actually against our bylaws.
Right.
Yes, it is.
It's
But,
very specific in there.
but it doesn't stop it from people trying.
Well,
Oh,
that's
they
why I
can-
thought we should leave it as shall be prohibited
Yeah.
and don't even open it up to approval by planning board. because we're not gonna approve it.
Right.
I just don't know. I could think of some edge case where there is, I don't know, I'm not scientific enough to know, but I could think of something that is, I mean, I can't think of, conceivably, there could be something that doesn't technically meet 105 CMR 120, but I'm not going to sit here and argue that you couldn't delete the N there. I just wondering if there's an opening, but maybe
Well,
it's.
the town actually had one come in front of us.
Yeah.
That did, and but that bylaw was actually used to deny it.
Mhm.
So we wouldn't want to waste your time.
Yeah.
All right, so now when we go to 20, so 20 was my suggested condition. And then Quentin had all of the others. So it would be an either or. So it would be number 20 or 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26.
Okay. Could I kind of represent this, or Amy, did you want to sort of?
You can do it if you want, because I had a different idea. I was using 20 plus some of the others. But
So-
you can say what you were gonna say.
Oh, okay. So this is, we presented these proposed conditions under the same concept of kind of the use request for special permit, which was that we want to make sure that this project is marketable. And an extraordinary amount of businesses, including those presently throughout Northborough, store hazardous materials in excess of household use. Everything from pharmacies to auto bodies to, et cetera, et cetera. That being said, we understand why groundwater protection exists and why hazardous materials limitations exist. And so the list 21 through 26, which is our language with a couple additions by Lori as to the reviewing parties and stuff, were to say, okay, let's be mindful of the fact that a lot of these businesses do have it, but still also be mindful of all the protections that need to exist to contain hazardous materials. And so this resulting list was the attempt to say, this is not going to be those things that are big and scary and mishandled. These are the things that are smaller in nature, but more consistent with commercial and industrial businesses like many of those that exist today. And the problem with 20 is that household use is such a low standard that literally every business in the industrial and commercial zone would not comply with this without a special permit process. And it's not that I don't believe that you all would then hear that reasonably. It's that the virtue of not having it alone and having the uncertainty of no language that they can work within, if they're very soundly within all the other criteria, means that they're going to choose a site with a certain process over sort of enduring a longer process. And the will of the board is what it is, but that was the rationale here, is that we're trying to do some economic development and retain the marketability while being very mindful of the fact that, like, yeah, this stuff exists for a reason. It's serious stuff. And like, let's come up with a list that is highly containing of those risks.
Lori, did you have any comment or feedback on these?
Well, I was just concerned that you folks would be too afraid to go with these conditions based on prior discussions that we've had of other projects. So because this applicant, that the tenant is unknown,
Mhm.
this is probably the safest way to say, hey, if you're dealing with hazardous waste, you gotta come back. And only to have to deal with these issues. But if you folks, I mean, these conditions that Quentin came up with are pretty detailed. So I
Yeah.
personally wouldn't have a problem with them. I just defer to you folks. I don't know how you'd feel.
Well, I mean, I do feel they're pretty detailed. That's, I guess, why I was looking to hear maybe something back from you, whether or not this would suffice in place of what we have in already in our bylaws.
Well, right now, I mean, this does defer to DPW and the fire department. And of course, currently we rely on feedback from the fire department and the DPW when crafting conditions having to do with hazardous and toxic substances. So I personally have a level of comfort that they would have to go through DPW and fire department with whatever like their containment systems are. And of course, they do have to register any hazardous materials with the fire department already. So the fire department already has jurisdiction over hazardous materials.
Right, so I feel like number 24 doesn't really add anything to their load. And wouldn't require any sort of review by them in order to agree with these conditions. There's nothing new here added that they don't already have to do.
Yeah,
Correct.
Well, right now, the DPW would not see hazardous materials. So it's only because of the groundwater protection overlay that DPW is part of the equation. So normally it's just permitted by the fire department.
And so
Like
with,
24
with
is
the
one of the criteria, so you wouldn't want to get rid of that.
right.
right,
I
so
would be-
DPW is in agreement with overseeing this.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So normally I talk to Josh. So anything that comes in, I send his way and he's already doing that review. So he would still be part of the equation if you folks are okay with this condition.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay with 21 through 26.
Yeah.
You just show 20 again. I mean, I'm okay with 21 through 26, but I think with 21, see, yours said manufacturer and storage. Could 21 include manufacturer, storage,
Well,
application?
My
Like,
Yeah, 23 would handle that. Any tenant occupying the building shall not generate hazardous waste in excess of VSQG.
was there a difference? You have to ask your friend. Is there a difference between
Generate
generate
and manufacture.
manufacture?
Well, my concern, I guess, Amy, would be is like if they did manufacture some like derivative that was a small part of their product that technically fell into hazardous waste category. I don't know. I mean, we're not trying. The main thing was like, I'm thinking of like on Hayes Memorial Drive in the Marlboro line, there's a company called Rinchem that does storage of hazardous materials, of chemicals. Like that's literally the whole warehouse is storing that stuff. And so we're like, okay, we're not going to do that. We're not going to make it a metal waste facility. But like, could some industrial technically generate, like manufacture a little, I don't know, maybe it's not like hazardous waste. hazardous materials, maybe. I don't know. I guess it gets into the nuance of what's hazardous materials, but
Mm-hmm.
the first one was trying to just make sure that it wasn't some mass, hazardous material storage facility that could melt down and get into the groundwater or whatever.
Well, I think,
Right.
and doesn't Saint Gobain have hazardous materials on their site?
They
Sure, a
do.
lot too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
they came through the special permit process and
Right.
they had
Right.
to provide us with all the MSDS sheets.
Lori and I toured through their spill room,
Right.
and we were showed the drains and everything.
You think of like some like medical, businesses that are involved in manufacture that could potentially be like what's called a hazardous material, I guess, in theory, but I don't know. I'm not wanting to like project or make a legal determination for everyone. It's more from the standpoint that we tried to be incredibly earnest about like, can we contain this, but give a little bit elbow room to go market this thing and get a common good company in here without saying, oh, just because you're above household use, you need to go through this, process. Again, not that good, because I don't believe you would treat them fairly, but because the process alone scares decision makers of,
Sure.
building
Investment.
real estate.
Yeah.
For
I
us,
mean-
we've had a couple sketchy companies come in, and so it was very detrimental. So we just don't want someone sliding in.
No, I know.
Right.
I think, but I would like to hope that, this long list would keep them pretty much in check, those sketchy characters.
What about for 23? It says any tenant occupying the building shall not generate hazardous waste. Instead of hazardous waste, what about hazardous material?
Well, I
That
guess
way
the
it's not
question-
that handles the manufacturing as well.
Well, the very small quantity generator is a determination about wastewater and waste, specifically, Bill. So I'd be
Okay.
concerned that that's kind of conflicting with the remainder of the sentence,
Okay.
I mean, if you think of something that most of us have in our house, such as paint, that's a hazardous material, the way they make it. So at some point, they are in the business of manufacturing a somewhat hazardous material, but yet the way they do it might be completely incompliant with regulations. So I wouldn't want to say you can't manufacture a hazardous material. I would want to say you need to manage how you do it. Does that make sense?
I guess, but it would have to be in small amounts because I don't know.
Sure. And that's management.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
guess why it's hard for us, we used to have a groundwater committee and we went through all these steps,
Mhm.
but we already knew the tenant, so we haven't really done it without knowing the tenant.
yeah, and I think Millie, to your point, that's my concern with 20,
Yeah,
right? Is that
sure.
20 is, how much paint do you have in your household compared to how much paint a potential tenant might be storing in case they need it, right? It's going to be a much larger amount because it's a much larger building.
In my household or in the the tenant of this, you might want to come see my household. Spray paint is my friend.
Could we change the
But
word?
ultimately, what I'm saying is you don't want to discourage people because they manufacture something that
Right.
we considered hazardous, but yet we all use it and need it. And so how do you manage that?
Could we
Well,
change
I
it?
think you manage it by the other criteria that we're proposing here, which is saying that it will be what they manufacture will be stored appropriately with
Mhm.
containment, per fire department and DPW, that it
Right.
will be disposed of, that it won't enter wastewater systems. And that the
Air.
fire department will have record of all of those things on site so that they're properly equipped to respond in the event of a life safety event.
Right. I think Carter,
It
you were
says
trying to say
something about
something.
wastewater, but we should also probably chemical storage, or air. Doesn't say anything about the air.
I was just asking if we were talking about 20, if the issue was the household, the normal household use, would there be a different word we could use that would be more reasonable?
I think that's what sort of 21 through 26 does,
Yeah.
right? Is it
Yeah.
right? Is it takes out the household piece in my mind,
Yep.
anyways.
But I
So
can
you-
see what Lori did with 20, so if somebody comes in, then they have to come back.
Right, but basically everybody would have to come back. Right? Because again, you're not going to really have a business of that size having less than normal household hazardous materials.
Right.
You're just not. So it would have to be everybody. And to Quentin's point, no one's going to want to go through that.
I don't even know what that measurement is for household amounts.
It's not defined in the regulation.
Right.
It's just in our groundwater protection overlay district bylaw.
Right. So not really quantifiable.
I guess what's hard about this is probably like what it was hard for Quentin when there was an
Sure.
unlimited hours to being billed. For us,
But what's
we're
household?
giving up our, our
Mhm.
right to look at it through the groundwater bylaws.
That,
We,
like, that's why we kind of came up with the list of all the things, because I feel like if you just loosen household use, then it starts to become this arbitrary waterfall where it's like, okay, well, who's making the determination?
Right.
Even if you said commercial use, it's kind of like, well, commercial can be a lot of things, right? And so that's why our approach was more to deal with like the specific risks of the hazardous materials themselves rather than trying to like come up with a quantity measurement and to contain those things. Because I mean, my earnest concern is that if I'm limited to 20 and we have someone that's otherwise benign but does exceed hazardous use, they're like going to be like, well, I'm going to choose the place where I don't have any risk of a, public process.
But even number 25, it's referred to as, chemicals associated not enter the wastewater associated with normal household use. So that's really arbitrary.
that's
But
more
we
what
also
you're,
just have the catch-all, which is that we're, beholden to the regulations of, wastewater discharge in the town. So I think that that's,
Sure.
yeah, of course. And we would have that whether it was written here or not,
Yeah.
but that's the list of exactly what can be discharged, there.
Yeah.
I think Saint Gobain has that too.
The normal wastewater discharge.
Yeah, they have to go through the wastewater discharge. You just can't discharge anything into the sewer.
Right. Right. So again, normal household use is arbitrary. Mm-hmm.
But that one, like, I think was, I think that was a comment from that was not ours. That was a comment from the DPW director's memo that got
Probably.
added. And so we didn't come up with that phrasing, but of course, we're happy to comply with that because we just would refer to the wastewater standard. We would refer to the legal standard, which is the second sentence anyway.
Yeah.
Let's try to look quickly at our
I think
hazardous
we
waste
may have
bylaw.
looked at this more deeply in that sense. So no disrespect to the DPW, they're using the conventional, application here.
Okay.
So shall I delete 20? You guys are okay with 21 through 26?
I'm okay with that.
I am totally in agreement with that.
What
Yeah.
about toxic? Oh, wait. I just want to make sure we have everything covered. Now it says toxic or hazardous. So like
Mm,
we just have hazardous. I mean, is there a difference between toxic and hazardous?
I'm not aware that the DEP has maybe they do.
I
For
just,
toxic materials, I'm sure they do, but they're probably listed under hazardous.
There you go. No, Lori just fixed it.
We had just hazardous because that's what the bylaw language uses, but I think toxic was an addition in this. I think toxic is already prohibited elsewhere in the bylaw in general, so,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, I don't know either. If I join via another device, is someone able to let me in, or is that person not on anymore?
Mm.
Bonnie, are you still awake?
Yeah, I have to stay here so I can stop the meeting.
Just checking. Yep,
Yep.
Bonnie can let you in.
Okay, thank you. I'm in trouble with a babysitter that is a school night, for my
Oh
children.
no.
Oh, good
Uh-oh.
grief. Mm.
All good. I'm not asking for any, sympathy. I just gotta do it.
Totally understandable, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good with 20 through 26.
Well, it's 21.
That's what I meant. The or 21. Yeah.
What
I think
about
I'm okay,
Anthony or
but if it
Carter?
comes back and bites me in the butt, I'm like,
I put toxic in all of the ones that make sense.
What about Anthony or Carter?
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, fine with them.
All right, so I'm making these all black.
you know what I had as additional bylaw? I mean condition. And I wanted to ask you about this, Lori, too, is we had talked about it before about it being a data center because there's no use. But can there be a condition like the principal use shall not be a data center unless a tenant applies under the data center use established at town meeting April 2026? The only thing is he put in his application before town meeting, so he could do a data center without following our new bylaw. So since there's no use
Well, I
there, I
think
was
that-
trying to,
Lori, if you go to back to the top, I think what we put in there was warehouse or light manufacturing.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
No,
light
I don't
manufacturing.
have warehousing there. I have it here, 18. Warehousing shall be permitted if related or accessory to other permitted uses within the building. Space dedicated to warehousing shall not exceed 60% of the gross building area. So this does not provide him with a warehousing special permit.
Right, but because he put his application in before town meeting, could he do one of the data processing by right? Or he'd have to come back and reapply? Because it is by right, but
Well, I don't think he could because it's not, he hasn't put anywhere in here that he's interested in doing data processing.
okay.
And
the A&R hasn't gone through yet.
data center is a special permit use. So if in the future he wants to do data center, then he can, but he'll have to apply for a special permit for it.
And the A&R holds a use for 3 years, but the A&R wasn't applied for before town meeting, so,
Correct.
or was it? No, it was
No,
May
no, you
1st.
filed the ANR on Friday.
Yeah. I was just trying to, because I didn't care if he came forward with a data center, but as long as he followed the new bylaw that we passed.
Yep. Plus also it's also dependent upon the advertisement of the first public hearing, which was way back in January. So, I think we're covered. All right, after 26, any other comments on any of the other?
I was okay with everything else, but I have one more addition.
Okay,
I have a comment. Well, I do have a comment with one of the others.
Okay, you can go first.
Okay. I'm sorry, I switched devices, so I'm not on looking at it on a big screen. But my concern is with the I believe it's number 30 now, just looking quickly, about the de-icing agent there not being sodium based. So conventional de-icing and the most effective de-icing is sodium based. That's what everyone uses. That's what the town is putting down on Bearfoot Road. That's what the state is putting down on the highway and on the ramp that wraps around it. That's what everyone's using. Going to a alternative is extremely multiples of sodium. And the problem is that most of those de-icing agents are still chloride based, and chloride is soluble in water. And so to the, extent this concern is about the groundwater protection, going to an alternate chloride still introduces chloride into the groundwater, which is any different. And so making my device is working here. So this is really onerous for us, and we feel like unjust when the town itself and the state is laying down salt all around us. This would be a multiple of the cost for us to maintain this site versus anyone else, and really doesn't protect the interests of the town all that much.
Something that we've put on for all the groundwater applications.
Yeah.
I don't know. Can we ask Steve from our consultant? I don't know if you know much about the no sodium based de-icing agents.
I mean, I feel that that's not, I understand where you're coming from, Quentin, but the state may be changing from that. I'm not sure. And if they do, we'd certainly like to be in alignment with a better option.
Steve, are you still on there?
I am, yes.
Do you have any feedback about potassium chloride or calcium chloride as being more eco-friendly to sodium-based de-icing agents?
I don't have much background in it. I know in other towns they've used calcium chloride as an alternative just to straight road salt. But I couldn't speak intelligently on the chemistry of it. Any chemical you put on the ground has a potential of impacting the groundwater below it. I could say that, but yeah, I'll leave it at that.
It seems like it's something we've added to all the groundwater applicants, and no one's ever said anything.
I doubt they're doing it. The bigger problem that I see is that chlorine is getting into groundwater easier than salt. And so my understanding is that it's not protecting the groundwater interests.
You have better alternative to any of the ones discussed?
I do not, unfortunately, which is why salt is still the predominant de-icing agent used.
It's also, I think, more cost effective, but yeah, it has issues.
I'm not an expert in either. I don't know what to say.
I would say without a third party expert weighing in on this, I don't know how we'd come to a resolution without, on this
Right.
tonight.
I did Google it. It says potassium chloride can harm groundwater because chloride dissolves easily and leaches through soil into aquifers, where it can pollute drinking water sources. While it's safer for soil than sodium chloride, excess chloride from fertilizers and water softeners raise salinity, harming freshwater ecosystems.
So then the interesting problem with some of those alternate chlorides is that they're less effective, from a temperature standpoint. And so you're laying down, in some cases, 2 applications of, that other alternate chloride for the one of salt. And so you're actually introducing, a larger quantity of the chloride side of things than you would otherwise be introducing. If that makes sense.
It totally does. Sort of that catch-22.
If this is something, if this is something that we've put on all decisions for the groundwater stuff, oh, hi. Is there like, could we adopt like rules and regulations that you put in the thing, like unless modified by future like rules and regs or something like that? I don't, so that if we can kind of keep these standards from what we have, but if we do more research or find somebody who knows more about this that can advise us to change our policies.
I
Right
think
now,
that has to go through
it
town.
says, it says no sodium-based de-icing agents shall be utilized on site. And it just gives suggestions for alternatives. So it's not saying you have to use these. It's just saying that you can use them because they're alternatives, but you can use other things too.
It sounds like both of them are bad. Online, it still says, while potassium chloride is considered more environmentally friendly to road salt or sodium based, it's not harmless and should be used moderately. But it's supposed to be better than the sodium based, so it sounds like they're all bad. But I don't know which is worse. It sounds like the potassium chloride is better than the sodium, but unless you use too much.
Yeah, you use more of it. And then the other just practical issue was that, like, I asked because when this popped up, I needed to educate myself. And I asked our like snow removal contractors, and they couldn't even get a truck with this stuff. They're like, we wouldn't be able to serve you. You'd have to go find a specialty contractor. And I didn't like go call 30 people, but I found it interesting that they would, aside from someone buying bags of this and hand throwing it all over the site, which is impractical, as we all know, they wouldn't even be able to serve me, with a truck full of this alternate de-icing agent.
And if I understand correctly, this is something that the state uses on their roads and that is pretty prevalent and commonplace. So I kind of say, well, if they're using it and not concerned about their groundwater zoning.
DPWs and like Mass Highway generally are not so concerned about the environment.
Uh-huh.
So, they throw salt everywhere, but
Right,
that's
but
part of the problem.
But the
So
DEP allows that?
It's negatively impacting groundwater and wetland systems and whatnot. So this
Right.
was an attempt to
Mhm.
do something different because, of course, DPW and Mass Highway are not before the planning board, but
No, but the Mass Highways before DEP, right?
um, DEP doesn't have jurisdiction over what Mass Highway puts on their highways.
Unless it were some
Unless,
dangerous chemical.
unless they're asking for a permit for something in particular.
Interesting.
But so then like we've got salt being, laid all around our site and we're being asked to bear the cost of, a multiple on that cost, for something that's even questionably beneficial, is just like, I'm really struggling with how we should be asked to comply with something like this.
And that's sort of my concern, Quentin, is something that you said is that everyone is doing it, right? Have we, I do know that we put this in every decision that we make, we put in this condition, but have we ever actually gone out to a site to make sure they're not using sodium-based?
Yeah, I mean, I would bet you that that's the case, Bill, that when they're going out for their contractors who are going to do snow removal, they're not mandating that they're using these materials. They're not checking, and I'm guessing, I should say certain, I'm guessing we are not enforcing or checking it as well.
And if we're not enforcing it, then why should we even have it in here as a condition?
Well, I think it could be a to-do, but tonight's not going to get solved.
But honestly, to a bigger point is if our DPW is using it, how can we then say, oh, you as a private business need to follow this regulation, but we as a town don't? That's a bit of a.
Well, my response to that would be, of course, the planning board has no jurisdiction over the DPW. So, but just because they're not being, protecting the environment doesn't mean that nobody should protect the environment.
Right.
So, like that argument is, well, everybody's polluting, so we should be able to pollute too.
Could we change our?
Then maybe we need to work on that.
I mean, I think it should be like a town-wide study that you all do about like what best practice is, and then that becomes like the rule and regulation. I mean, I agree with you, Lori. I don't think that it's like just because everyone's doing it, I should do it. But at the same time, I don't believe that one property owner should be held to a standard that everyone else isn't, and that have to incur the costs with that standard to questionable benefit.
Right.
So let me ask you this. Does the property at 20 or 30 Bearfoot, and obviously they're abutting, or this is 20, sorry. Do they comply? And the question I have is, if every single road around you is not complying and they're in the same groundwater district, what's really the overall benefit?
Well, you can say that about anything,
I
any
agree.
new regulation.
Sure.
Okay, well, if everybody doesn't have vertical granite curb, then why should this one property have vertical granite curb? I mean, you could apply that standard to
Right,
everybody, but
I'm
it
looking
all depends
at
on
more.
who the board is at the time, what they're going to require.
And I guess I'm looking at more that groundwater infiltrates to all the abutting properties, whereas granite curb might not. So if your groundwater is being protected and you're doing all the things
This is
you're supposed to
super
do,
important to
the
me.
person
Okay, I
all
have to
around
do
you
it.
are
I'm
not,
sorry.
that groundwater is all going to be
I don't
mixed.
want.
Could we
change the,
Groundwater flows from one property to the next. Granite curbs don't.
So Carter's got his hand up.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Could we maybe change the condition to say, like, no sodium-based de-icing agent shall be utilized on site without, whether it's the planning board or somebody else's approval, so we can approve this, and then if they want to ask us to, you know, get rid of that condition, we can do that they can come back to us and do that another night.
I would not be in favor of that because it basically adds one more level of approval and time into something that we haven't really found under our jurisdiction before.
I mean, if it's
I
something,
think
if it's
It would
it's
have been
something,
under groundwater, the groundwater committee.
Yeah.
if it's something that's been on these decisions before, I'm inclined to just keep it the way we've been doing it until we know we can change it. I think as long as the applicant has a way to remove that criteria if we decide we want to go in a different direction in the future. But I think we don't know enough tonight to decide to change what we've been doing, and I'm not sure if I don't want to, you know, stall this project just to go over this one condition. So I'd say keep it as is.
And in that sense, Carter, from me as applicant, it does stall it because I
Yes.
can't comply with this. So I just have another approval that I have to defer.
Well, but would this would you need to, would this have any impact until like the winter?
Well, I can't agree to something now that I can't comply with. So
Can
whether
we
it's
get a straw
winter or
poll on
summer,
this?
that's my concern.
Can we get a reading or
We
a
do
straw
have,
poll?
we do have time to write the decision. I mean, we could get some information and in 2 weeks fix this one, if this is where we're stuck on one condition.
But this isn't a slight change. This is completely removing it.
And not only that, it sets precedents
Right.
for every other one. So that's why I'd like to take it seriously, but I don't think we have an answer tonight. So we need to find a way around it until we can
Right.
get more information.
I mean, one suggestion I'll just throw out there, thinking about it and reacting to what you all board members are saying, is that it could be worded to basically say that, you know, de-icing agents shall reasonably comply with the groundwater protection overlays, then current standards of best practices kind of thing.
That doesn't really
And-
mean anything, though. I mean, we
Well-
don't have a best practices document.
Well, that would then, but I think what we're suggesting or what I'm hearing is that one needs to be created because you still have this problem where you've been writing it into decisions, but only the ones that have had decisions recently. And the groundwater protection overlay covers something like 40% of the area of the entire town of Northborough. And so most of those do not have those in decisions. And so it would be easier to promulgate like a town rule about this than handle it one by one, I guess is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Like Carter said, is it something that can be added to rules and regs if we said it like that?
Oh, if it's a zoning bylaw, then it would be, have a grandfather component to it. So it'd essentially be the same thing as adding it to a decision. Except here, there's no grandfathering component. It's just a condition.
Zoning bylaw remove conditions that were put in place in the past?
To remove a condition is simple. All they'd have to do is ask to remove the condition, and then you guys would talk about it. And if you agreed to remove the condition, it becomes a letter in the file. That's it.
Then I think
So
we
it's
just
not a
keep it.
public hearing, it's a simple process.
Then I
That's
say
what
we
I'm
just,
asking you to do right now.
then I say we keep it because then we have till winter to figure it out. We could get some experts. I actually texted Dave Aaron, but he's not looking at his texts.
Well, but what do you mean we can get some experts? Does that mean we have a, use CMRPC funds to bring somebody in, talk to us about this?
Yeah, where I would see what other towns do, and I would ask people who are in the field. Like, that's what I was gonna ask Dave Aaron, like, do you use this potassium chloride or calcium chloride?
Just to be clear, for the board's benefit, we do use it. We use it on all of our sidewalks and areas around entrances because the sodium in particular can degrade building materials and concrete. So you can get it in bags. It's very costly as compared to sodium. But for areas right by our entrances, we require contractors to hand spread one of these alternate synthetics. The concern is that when you're doing a whole parking lot and driveway and loading it into a truck, that doesn't work economically. And based on the few kind of even inquiries, because mine was, could I even comply with this? And the answer was basically, no, we don't do it, from those couple of people, but maybe others do. I don't know.
No, either. And that's why I don't wanna tie you up, but I also feel like it is groundwater too, and we've always asked for it, so I hate not to without
Sure.
researching it.
Yeah, so looking at what their foundation is, I think is prudent, but at the same time, holding somebody hostage to something like this, or an applicant, I understand where this is coming from, and I still fall back on, if the town's not doing, how can we say that other private properties should be doing it? It's a bit of a dilemma.
Yep, but
And
are we opening up the
slightly-
floodgates once
Yep.
we do this?
Slightly hypocritical.
But are we gonna have to do this for every industrial site now? Are we opening up the floodgates by removing it?
The state's doing it, the town's doing it. It's really hard to say that you as a private enterprise need to do it. You need to do something different, more costly.
So it's interesting because I went to my friend here, ChatGPT again, and it said actually what most towns are doing is regulating the storage and runoff instead of outright bans of non-sodium or requiring non-sodium deicers.
Yeah, so like a big thing that we would suggest, and we will comply with it, whether or not you write it, is that like we would not ever store a pile of sodium on site, because then like you get rain and it gets into the stormwater system and it's not good for anyone. But like it should probably say that, like no sodium based, de-icing agents shall be stored on site. That would be a suggestion, but I know that doesn't necessarily answer the question at hand.
But it does even say, that requiring non-sodium deicers is much less common and harder to enforce universally.
Right.
Which is the problem, right? We have no enforcement mechanism on this. Because you got somebody loading up a truck, coming in, doing the site, and then driving off. And there's no way to tell what was in the back of that truck.
Not at all.
So if it's not enforceable, I'm not exactly sure we should be putting it.
Yes.
Well, it sounds like there's a majority that says we probably shouldn't put it on, so should we just leave it off and do research on it? It's
Yeah,
up to, I
I
hear
would
from
wanna
Millie
keep-
and Bill
keep-
and Anthony that,
I would want to keep though that, it's not allowed to be stored on site.
Mm-hmm.
okay.
And I agree with that. Like,
Yeah,
we're
the long
totally
term-
amenable to that.
Yeah, the long-term operation and maintenance plan doesn't allow for on-site storage anyway.
Right.
I'm in agreement with that.
Did I speak for you, Anthony? That's what I thought I heard you say too.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we'll have to research into it and change the town
before you-
policy.
Instead of deleting all of that, I don't know if you could just like keep that and say that it would be preferred to use that instead of sodium based.
I don't feel like that can be a condition preferred.
Yeah. Condition is
That's-
really a yes or a no.
Yeah. That's not really a conditional statement.
One other addition I had that we've put on a lot of industrial sites is that outside storage areas are screened from view, using appropriate fencing or vegetation. I put in fencing or vegetation because you said there is some that will be screened by all the trees. But one of the things we have put in a lot of decisions is no exposed outside storage areas unless they're screened from view. But I
I'm fine
did
with
say,
that.
yeah, using appropriate fencing or vegetation. That way people don't start collecting a bunch of stuff and which we hear that you want it to look nice, so we have faith.
We're aligned.
Okay, so I feel like we made it through, although I did have one thing minor under exhibits. It was just a date change, but while we're doing it, and Lori, you can double check it. But the email,
Amy, is this
Yep.
about the A&R that we had talked about?
no, this has to do with the fire department letter.
Okay.
Number 12, email exchange. I saw April 28th. And I didn't check all of them, but I was reading that email and on my computer it said April 28th, not the 29th. I'm sure it doesn't even matter.
Go to bed. You can get into my bed if you want. And I'll be in as soon.
Jesse, you're not muted.
I know, sorry this is going so late. We're trying to.
Everyone's trying to get the kids to bed.
Right?
I know, I got home and my son was still up and I'm like, oh my gosh, you gotta get to sleep.
Right?
The one that I have a response from Quentin to Neil saying, "Thank you, Chief Espisi." And that was on April 29th, so that's
Oh, okay.
where that
The
date-
last email I saw was the 28th. I didn't get the thank you on. So either way, it doesn't matter, probably. I had one last question on the waivers. Number 6. I'm gonna open my book. It says partial waiver of submittal requirements 1 through 5. And that's under the groundwater. So I just wanted 707.
because they haven't submitted that stuff because they don't have a tenant yet.
Right, but I didn't want to actually give a waiver of it.
Well, it's a
'Cause they-
partial waiver because it would be submitted later. Although those conditions that you were okay with,
Yeah,
only one of the things would be submitted later, the list of hazardous materials.
I'd rather put it somewhere else than say it's a waiver. Because then I could read the decision both ways, like, well, you said you had to submit it later, but yet under waivers, you have it waived.
How about if I say partial waiver of some, or just say waiver of submittal requirements 1 through 5 as part of the application submittal?
But I don't know if I consider it a waiver.
It's information that they didn't supply.
Right. So wouldn't you just leave it off of the waiver and
That would
have
be
it under
partial
like,
because they'll give it to you later, not as part of the application. It would be later when they
maybe,
have a tenant.
And
Well, I
then
don't
we would
think-
have that covenant as a condition.
maybe just a little more description than like waived until it's submitted in the future, or waived for now, but not forever. Because I don't know. The way I read it is someone could go back and say, well, you waived that. To me, I didn't understand what it meant by partial waiver.
How's that? So
Mhm.
it says partial waiver of submittal requirements 1 through 5 with the, well, with the applications submittal. These requirements will be fulfilled when a tenant is identified.
That sounds good.
Okay.
So
Back to
does
the
anybody else have anything to add?
conditions. Did the applicant agree to adding signage for pedestrians and bicycles?
What do you mean?
When we were discussing the sidewalk along the driveway, the applicant had suggested instead putting signage to watch for pedestrians and bicycles.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine with, I did suggest that I could, put a sort of advisory type sign, at the entry to be mindful of, pedestrian and bicycle traffic. I'd rather not debate the exact language of that sign so that it can be appropriately designed, if that's
Yep.
okay with you, Carter, but I'm
That's
fine
fine,
with,
as long
a
as there's
general
something.
condition.
Yep, that's good.
And Lori, do you have to put anywhere on the decision where Anthony read and watched the video, or that can be off?
Right.
That doesn't have to be on the decision.
Yeah, I'll have to add that under public hearing.
Okay.
So I can add that here. I'll just put a little reminder.
Okay. And And I didn't verify yet, but you, because I didn't see the final decision, but we'll get to read it. There was, where it said light industrial, now it says light manufacturing.
Yeah, I fixed that.
And I'm
So,
just seeing now McCarty development, it's McCord development, but that's okay. If there's time to sort of just check it over, that's
where is that?
where you just were. I don't know, the screen just moved. At the
Yeah,
top
There.
there, yeah.
McCord.
Okay. So
Thank
little
you.
things like that, though, we could, once we read the decision, if there's typos or then we can update that, right?
Yeah, I've already reviewed it multiple times. It's hard for me to proofread my own stuff.
Right.
So if you want to take a careful look, and let me know, say if you could let me know by, say, noon on Thursday, if you find any typos. And just email me alone so as to avoid the open meeting law violation.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we're gonna have to take a vote. Is everybody ready for 20 Barefoot?
Yes.
Can you
Everyone
scroll
awake?
back down to the waivers?
I didn't hear you, Carter.
Sorry, I'm like outside right now. Can you scroll
Oh.
back down to the waivers?
Yeah,
You want to go to the waiver?
and we'll go through them one by one. I was thinking we should go through them with
Okay.
the decision, so that way we have the right ones on the decision.
Mm-hmm.
Where are they? Here we are.
And I should open for public comment if anybody waited.
The number 11, were they asking? Because I know it says that the board can, instead of trees, allow something else. Were they asking for no landscaping, or were they asking to, instead of trees, plant something else?
We're asking you to approve the landscaping plan that we provided, which includes a lot of trees. And then we're then beholden to that plan, Carter, based on the language. And so it's basically, rather than a 1/10 metric, we're asking you to approve kind of the comprehensive landscape plan, which includes lots of trees, but are not necessarily placed every 10 spaces, if that makes sense.
What is it?
I might have missed the landscape plan.
Yeah, at the last meeting, I think there were trees he had lining the driveway instead.
And we do have trees in the driveway, to be clear. It's just if you only look at that standard as like count 10 spaces and then put a tree,
Mm-hmm.
like we don't meet that. But like if you consider the fact that trees are being added to the entry drive, to the, inside the parking, to behind the building, to beside it, like I bet we comply and then some. It's just that, the actual counting and then placing a tree explicitly, like 10 spaces, blank space tree, 10 spaces, blank space tree, that's what we're asking for relief on.
Lori, would you say that the description of one tree placed at every 10 spaces is the intent of that? Or is it basically to say we're looking for trees and shading and greenery in the parking lot?
So my interpretation of the regulation is, as Quentin had stated, every 10 spaces there should be a
Okay.
tree. So what he provided, I counted up the number of trees, and he provides plenty of trees. He just places them differently. So it's not like he had said, like they're not all nestled around the parking lot.
But if the point
Several
is
of
to
them
have
are,
them
but
in the parking lot,
like some of them might be like slightly off to the side. So they may not actually be shading the parking lot.
I
Maybe
mean,
it'd
the
be
point
helpful
is to
if
have the
you,
trees shading and providing some heat relief to the parking lot.
maybe it'd be helpful to bring up the landscape plan, so
Mm-hmm.
just to remind everybody.
Yeah, so the just why I can't do that because I'm on my phone right now, but let me try to get back on my
I
computer.
I have it.
I
Okay,
can
all
see
right,
if
thank
I
you.
can pull it up on the here, let me.
So part of the concern, and this related to another waiver, which you guys may remember we talked about last meeting, which was kind of the 10% landscaping within the parking area, is that basically if we explicitly like comply with it in that way, Millie, it then means that we need a parking area that's larger and longer and provides spaces in other places. And so it's sort of in a way, and I know why it exists in the bylaw, and I don't disagree with why it exists. But in the scenario of our site, it would push parking further away from the main entry. So like while you would explicitly comply with the tree every 10 spaces, you would have the trade-off of pushing spaces further. And so therefore having a longer walk, not under shade, from some of those spaces. And so like the part of the design we're trying to work with is keeping that employee non-truck parking all compact and as one, and not spreading any of it out in parallel parking along the truck area or their circulation. And so we needed relief from that 1 per 10 in order to fit all that parking there. And we felt like we very, very generously landscaped the site in lieu of that. And so it's not a waiver. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Can you folks see the landscape plan?
Nope.
No.
Oh, okay. Maybe I gotta stop share and then share again. So one sec. So I just pulled up the landscape plan.
Because
So I think that
I think the point of that is to, again, provide the aesthetics as well as the heat reduction, pavement reduction, and some greenery, but I don't know that this would fit the need for a waiver unless we could come to an agreement as to number one, why. And I hear what you're saying, that you don't want parking along the side, but can we come to a different agreement which says 1 for every 9, 1 for every 8?
well, if you look at this landscape plan, so he has 115 parking spaces. So that means 12 trees. So if you count up the trees, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So then
12,
he's got this.
13
So
on
then
the
he's
other,
got
yeah.
this tree, which isn't shading parking spaces. And he has this tree that isn't shading parking spaces. So he has plenty of trees in the area of the parking lot, but 11 shade parking spaces and 2 do not.
Fine.
So that's, so really there's only 1 tree that isn't shading a parking space, although it is shading a parking lot.
Sure. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So usually we close the hearing, but I'm thinking we don't have to, so I'm gonna keep it open in case there's comments or questions. While we go through this. since it's late. Is everybody in agreement with that?
Yes.
Yes.
Although I don't think you can actually vote, like take any official votes until the public hearing is closed.
Oh, really? I thought we used to do it where we would go through it and we'd leave it open. But, all right. All right, then, does anyone have any questions before I close the public hearing? We should look for questions from the audience. Is there anyone in the audience with any questions?
I don't see any hands.
All right, any more questions by the board?
I do not.
Okay,
Nope.
then do I have a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote, Bill Pierce,
Aye.
Carter Brennan,
Me.
Anthony Zaitin,
Aye.
Millie Milton,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, I'm gonna start by going through the waivers. So number one, it has to do with the scale 1 inch equals 40 feet. We pretty much went through these, so I'm gonna go quickly if I can. I'll take a roll call vote if everybody's in favor for waiver number one. Do I have to make a motion for every one of them?
Yes.
Okay. Do I hear a motion to waive number one, the scale of 1 inch equals 40 feet?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote, Millie Milton,
Aye.
Bill Pierce,
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin,
Aye.
Carter Brennan.
Me.
Not done quite yet. I'll let you know when I need them.
Carter, you there?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm an aye. Okay, do I have a motion to approve the waiver for 7.2C4? Do I have to read it all, or I can just read the section?
I think you can just read this section.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve a waiver for section 7.2C4?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote, Bill Pierce,
Aye.
Millie Milton,
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin,
Aye.
Carter Brennan,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Do I have a motion to approve the waiver for 7.2C9?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote, Bill Pierce,
Aye.
Millie Milton,
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin,
Aye.
Carter Brennan.
Me.
What'd you say?
Me.
I couldn't
Yes.
hear what he said. Did you say aye?
Yes, aye.
Oh,
Okay.
okay, sorry. And I'm an aye. All right. I lost track now. Do I have a motion to approve the waiver for 7.2C10?
So moved.
Second.
Bill Pierce,
Aye.
Millie Milton,
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin,
Aye.
Carter Brennan,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Do I have a motion to approve the waiver for section 7.2D1?
So moved.
Second.
Bill Pierce,
Aye.
Millie Milton,
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin,
Aye.
Carter Brennan,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay. Do I have a motion to waive 7-07-010D4A
So moved.
as written? Okay, Bill Pierce,
Aye.
Millie Milton,
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin,
Aye.
Carter Brennan,
Nay.
and I'm an
Aye.
aye. All right, I'm an aye. Do I have a motion to waive zoning bylaw section 709-020C5A3?
So moved.
Something else
Second.
for this one?
What do you want to say, Carter?
Sorry. Were we gonna word this differently from a previous discussion?
I suggested that you just don't need it because it's up to 20 feet. So if you approve the site plan, I'm fine without this waiver.
Okay, so I'll remove my motion and Lori will remove the waiver. Do I have a motion to approve section 709-020C7.
So moved.
Second.
And
Bill
this
Pierce?
is the sidewalk, not the,
What'd you say?
and this is the sidewalk, not the entrance that we're allowing to be reduced, correct?
Right.
Yep.
Yep. Bill Pierce?
Aye.
Millie Milton?
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin?
Aye.
Carter Brennan?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Do I have a motion to approve a waiver for zoning bylaw section 709-020C9?
So moved.
Second.
Bill Pierce?
Aye.
Millie Milton?
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin?
Aye.
Carter Brennan?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Do I have a motion to approve waiving 709-030C5A?
So moved.
Second.
Bill Pierce?
Aye.
Millie Milton?
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin?
Aye.
Carter Brennan?
I was just gonna ask if we could just include a note that it's covered by the landscape plan instead, just to clarify that on the decision, but otherwise that'd be an aye.
Mm-mm.
And I'm an aye too. Oh, so you're for the next one.
Is
Um,
as approved on the landscape plan.
Do I have a
Is that
motion?
what you want?
Yeah. And so
Do I
moved.
have a motion to approve the waiver for 709-020C5B?
Aye. So moved.
Second.
Bill Pierce?
Aye.
Millie Milton?
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin?
Aye.
Still aye.
Carter Brennan?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. It's usually not this late. We haven't gone this late for so long.
It's been a
All right.
while.
So the waiver approved. The next section is,
And now we only have 14 findings. And
Oh.
37 conditions, 38, 39, and 40 aren't really conditions.
well, let me write that down, 14.
14 findings of fact and 37 conditions.
Okay. So. Should I make it in one? Can we approve it all in one motion? Or do you want to go through all the groundwater conditions and everything? I guess we should go through everything. Answer my own question.
You have to approve all 37 of these independently?
No. We have,
Oh,
I'm talking about the groundwater special permit.
oh, okay, all right.
So we have a groundwater, sometimes we go through the conditions for the groundwater special permit and then the site plan and then the special permit.
Okay.
Or I could
all
probably
right.
just read the motion that Lori sent us.
I would like to go through all of the conditions.
You want to go through them all? Okay. So, let me just, I'm in groundwater first. And there's 3 criteria to approve a special permit for groundwater. They're on, I have the 2023 book, and they're on page 768. So the 3 criteria are that it meets the purpose and intent of this chapter and will not derogate from the purpose of the groundwater protection overlay district. The second criteria will not I'm trying to think if we vote on them all at once.
Oh, you're not voting on them because they're not conditions. I have them listed as findings. So they're criteria for approval.
We always read them though. So when we vote on the special permit, the criteria for it is that we find that it doesn't derogate from the purpose of the groundwater protection overlay, and it will not during construction or thereafter impair ambient groundwater quality or reduce existing recharge capacity, and will not adversely affect the quality of the yield of the existing or potential water supply. So I'm just trying to figure it out. Should I do a motion to approve the groundwater special permit and then go through the special permit and then the site plan? Does it matter?
I'd just do it as a single motion.
Will that be for the special permit, but not the
No.
site plan?
So normally, well, from what I remember, normally you just talk through the criteria and then say, hey, does anybody have a problem? You feel like we don't meet that. And then after you go through all the criteria, then you just make the motion to grant and you do all the permits at the same time.
Okay.
Yep.
So I read the criteria for the groundwater. Now I'm on to the criteria for the special permit. Just getting so late. All right. The special site plan. Okay, the special permit criteria is, I'll go through down 1 through 7. The proposal is in substantial harmony with the Northborough Master Plan and other plans approved or amended time to time by the Northborough Planning Board and with the purpose of this bylaw. Is everybody in agreement?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. The proposed site is an appropriate location for such use.
Yep.
Yes.
The uses developed will not adversely affect the neighborhood.
I agree.
Yes.
Yes.
There will be no nuisance or serious hazard to vehicles or pedestrians.
Yes.
Yes.
To our knowledge, yes.
Adequate and appropriate facilities will be provided.
Yes.
The proposed use will conform to any special requirements of the special permit granting authority as stated in the written decision.
Yes.
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 The proposal could not be reasonably altered to reduce adverse impacts on the natural environment.
Yes.
It's compatible
Yes.
with historic development and preserving historically significant buildings.
Yes.
Okay. So, the special permit criteria was approved, but we didn't approve it yet. I'm gonna go through the site plan and then I'll make one big motion, like Lori said. So the decision criteria for the site plan is given location, type, and extent of land use proposed by the proponent. And other elements of the site plan could not be reasonably altered to reduce clearing and grading on the site, reduce the volume of cut and fill, the number of trees, length of removed or altered stone walls, area of wetlands, the extent of stormwater flow increase from the site, soil erosion, or threat of air or water pollution.
Yes.
Do you think with the conditions, we met that?
Yep.
Yep.
Reduce the risk of groundwater contamination on site.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Improve pedestrian, bicycle, and vehicular safety, both on site and egressing.
Yes.
Yes.
Improve
say
access
no.
to each structure for fire and other emergency service.
Yes.
Reduce visual intrusion by controlling the visibility of parking, storage, or other outdoor service areas viewed from public ways.
Yes.
Yes.
Achieve greater consistency and compatibility with the surrounding area to building size, scale, or site design.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Reduce glare from headlights, reduce light trespass, or light overspill.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. Avoid the removal or disruption of historic, traditional, or significant structures.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
And it reduces obstruction of scenic views from publicly accessible locations.
Yes.
Yep, so we've hit all the criteria for all three.
Could we vote on the site plan separately? Because I'd like to vote yes on the other two and no on that one.
You're gonna vote, okay. I can find the motions. Too many papers here. Okay. So you wanna vote on the site plan separately?
Yes.
Okay. And site plan only needs a majority vote, right, Lori?
Yep, site plans majority.
Okay. I'm trying to think of how to break out this separately. Motion to grant a special permit for light manufacturing use and special permit for the groundwater too for the protection overlay district to construct a single-story building of approximately 60,500 square feet, 115 parking spaces, and associated improvements on a newly created lot that will include a portion of land from 30 Bearfoot Road, a portion of land from 230 Salmon Pond Road, and a portion of land from 10 Bearfoot Road located in the industrial district and groundwater protection overlay district area 2, subjects to finding of facts 1 through 14 and conditions 1 through 37. So this is just for the special permit for light manufacturing use and for the groundwater.
So moved.
Second,
Okay, Bill Pierce,
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin,
Aye.
Millie Milton,
aye.
Carter Brandon.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion to grant a site plan approval to construct a single-story building of approximately 60,500 square feet, 115 parking spaces, and associated improvements on a newly created lot that will include a portion of land from 30 Bearfoot Road, a portion of land from 230 Salmon Pond Road, and a portion of land from 10 Bearfoot Road located in the industrial district and groundwater protection overlay district area, subject to findings of fact 1 through 14 and conditions 1 through 37.
So moved.
Second,
Roll call vote, Bill Pierce,
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin,
Aye.
Millie Milton,
aye.
Carter Brennan,
No.
and Amy Pretsky's an aye. So the site plan passed too. So congratulations. It looks like you got 20 Bearfoot Road. I feel
Thank
it's
you, everyone.
really, huh?
I said, just thank you, everyone.
Oh, I know.
Thank you.
Sorry
Appreciate it. Sorry.
it's so late, but I really think we should do the 10 Bearfoot Road at the next meeting. And do you guys, or do you want to keep going?
We can just finish, I guess. Might as well get it done.
Yep.
Oh, okay. You guys are ready to keep going. How about you, the applicant?
We're ready.
Okay. Oh, wow.
I think
All right.
we
So,
didn't, yeah.
yeah, do you want to talk about 10 Bearfoot Road? It's the redo of the parking lot.
Yeah, I think our only comments to the draft conditions we saw was that there was a condition B about the sidewalk in number 7 that kind of need to match 20 Bearfoot. And then maybe it's not in the version you all see, but there was a condition about reaching agreement with the Northborough Fire Department, and that had since been resolved.
Yeah, I removed that one.
Okay. Yeah, I just don't know which version.
And I also took out the condition about the ANR plans since you filed it.
Right, okay.
Did Tetra Tech have any outstanding?
Are we gonna add the same language to the inspections as we did to the other one?
Sure.
I would think so. Do we need to change the salt as well?
I didn't have that here because it was a modification of a other decision.
Okay.
I'm copying and pasting, so just bear with me.
I didn't think you guys would want to keep going.
Thankfully, this decision is a lot shorter. That's it.
I just had something under waivers, and you might have already updated it. I might have told you. The date. Oh, see, it says April 21st. It was May 5th.
The ANR.
No, right under the word waivers.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Is it gonna be May 5th by the time we're done?
All right, anything else?
And then under the ANR, it didn't have a date, so I thought we should add dated May 1st, 2026.
You know, it's March 16th. So the date that I go by is not the date of the signature, it's the date of the plan.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I went by the signature. So then you have to update the other one too, right? Or you already did?
I already did.
Okay. All right.
Anything else?
I don't think so. Did it say anything about, no, they didn't have to do groundwater here.
I'm gonna change this to a period. I did have they will have to go with the stormwater. So I got the same language in the conditions as the other one. So that they have to get a land disturbance permit. And they have to provide proof of coverage under the NIPDs.
Okay.
Scroll to the waivers again.
Waivers?
Yeah, to the bottom of them. Yeah. Did they
Get rid of the landscape buffer?
and did they also have a landscape plan? I couldn't find that in the
It was on the other document, so I can stop sharing. and share the plan again. It's on the other sheet. So. You see,
No, yep. Yep, I saw that. Okay. So yeah, could you just put the reference to the landscape plan on the waiver like we did with the other one?
okay, let me get out of this. Anything else?
No, so it's one findings of fact, 1 through 10.
Yep, 1 through 10, and the decision has 10 conditions.
Has what?
10 conditions.
Right. Right, and this is just the site plan?
That's it.
Okay. Okay, so, oh, does anybody have any questions?
I do not.
No.
Okay. I did review it today too myself and check with the conditions, so I don't have any questions. Do you have any? Okay. So hearing none, is there anyone have any public comments? All right, hearing no public comments. Do I have a motion to close the hearing
So
for
moved.
10 Bearfoot?
Second.
Okay, Bill Pierce,
Aye.
Millie Milton,
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin,
Aye.
Carter Brannon.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. All right, we'll do the same thing. We'll go through the waivers 1 through 10. Do I hear a motion to waive 7.2B?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote, Bill Pierce,
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin,
Aye.
Millie Milton,
Aye.
Carter Brannon,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Do I have a motion to waive section 7.2 C4?
So moved.
Second.
Bill Pierce,
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin,
Aye.
Millie Milton,
Aye.
Carter Brannon,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Do I have a motion to waive 7.2 C6?
So moved.
Second.
Bill Pierce,
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin,
Aye.
Millie Milton,
Aye.
Carter Brannon,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Do I have a motion to waive section 7.2 C9?
So moved.
Second.
Bill Pierce,
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin,
Aye.
Millie Milton,
Aye.
Carter Brannon,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Do I have a motion to waive section 7.2 C13?
So moved.
Second.
Bill Pierce,
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin,
Aye.
Millie Milton,
Aye.
Carter Brannon,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Do I have a motion to waive 7.2 C15?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote, Bill Pierce,
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin,
Aye.
Millie Milton,
Aye.
Carter Brannon,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Do I have a motion to waive section 7.2 C16?
So moved.
Second.
Pierce,
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin,
Aye.
Millie Milton,
Aye.
Carter Brandon,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Do I have a motion to waive section 7.2 C17?
So moved.
Second.
Bill Pierce,
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin,
Aye.
Millie Milton,
Aye.
Carter Brandon,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Do I have a motion to waive 7.2 C18?
So moved.
Second.
Bill Pierce,
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin,
Aye.
Millie Milton,
Aye.
Carter Brandon,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Lori, you just have to scroll up so I can read 10.
Hmm.
You can't keep
I'm
up
losing
again.
it as it is.
Hmm.
Oh, there's 14 of them. Do I have a motion to waive 7.2 C20?
So moved.
Second.
Bill Pierce,
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin,
Aye.
Millie Milton,
Aye.
Carter Brandon, and I'm an aye. Do I have a motion to waive section 7.2 C21?
So moved.
Second.
Bill Pierce,
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin,
Aye.
Millie Milton,
Aye.
Carter Brandon,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Do I have a motion to waive section 7.2 D1?
So moved.
Second.
Bill Pierce,
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin,
Aye.
Millie Milton,
Aye.
Carter Brandon,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Lori, you moved it.
Oh, I thought you were done.
No, I think I had two more.
Oh,
And now I don't know where I was, but I do think I had two
13.
more.
13.
Okay. Do I have a motion to waive 709-030 C5A?
So moved.
Second.
Bill Pierce,
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin,
Aye.
Millie Milton,
Aye.
Carter Brandon,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Do I have a motion to waive 709-030 C5B?
So moved.
Second.
Bill Pierce,
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin,
Aye.
Millie Milton,
Aye.
Carter Brandon,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay. So all the waivers. And now we just go through the site plan decision criteria. Do you guys want me to read them all one by one, or can I say 1 through 9?
1 through 9.
1 through 9.
I heard him earlier.
Yeah, because I already read them earlier.
Yep.
All right. Do I have a motion to grant site plan approval per section 703-050A1C to allow the reconfiguration and reconstruction of an existing parking lot impacting 68 spaces located on the subject property of 10 Bearfoot Road, map 17, parcel 2, subject to findings of fact 1 through 10 and conditions 1 through 10.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Bill Pierce,
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin,
Aye.
Millie Milton,
Aye.
Carter Brandon, Carter.
Aye. Yes.
Oh, I didn't hear you.
And we lost him.
And I'm an aye. So congratulations. There's 10 Bearfoot, 20 Bearfoot. Now we're going to do an A&R. Next
Forgot
on the
about the
agenda
A&R.
is the A&R for 10 and 20 and 30 Bearfoot.
For 10
So will
and
this one
30,
A&R
not 20.
cover it all?
The A&R is for 10 and 30, not 20, right?
it's for all three. So it's a 280 Solomon Pond Road.
230?
and, yeah, 230 and 20. I'm sorry. That's the new 20.
Okay. Got it.
And then 10 and 30.
Okay.
I'm looking for the A&R.
I have it in front of me,
Oh, okay. You want to share?
but not up on the screen. I have it in my hand,
All right, let me
but I could probably find
want
it
me
on.
to bring it up?
Sure.
Oh, Maybe she didn't upload it.
Oh,
I don't see it. Unless actually, because they did submit it with 10 and 20. So let me see if I can find it there.
I found it.
Let's see.
We'll have a race. I just found it.
All right, I got it too.
Okay.
Yep, that's it.
So, Quentin, would you like to describe the ANR?
Yeah, so the purpose of this ANR is to create, reconfigure what is currently 3 lots in this total area to reconfigure them into 3 new lots, to enable the development contemplated by the 2 site plan approvals just made. So, these lots, A is 30 Bearfoot, which is an existing building. Lot B, which will be the new lot for 10 Bearfoot Road, and Lot C, which will be the new lot for 20 Bearfoot Road. Kind of as noted, they all meet the lot shape regularity index. And I believe that we have all information and statements necessary to meet the approval not required criteria under the subdivision law.
Okay. Lori, did you have any questions?
I do not. It does comply with the lot regularity factor, and the upland statements are on each lot.
Do any board members have any questions?
I do not.
Nope.
I have a question. Sorry. How close to the lot regularity factor is it? It is like a weird shaped lot. I'm just curious of like.
Very close.
Okay.
Yeah. If you blow it up, Amy, you can see how close.
Where do I, up
It's
here?
0.41.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which ironically, Carter, and you may not believe me, but I'm going to state it because it's true. Like, we did not engineer it that way. That's just the way it worked out when we actually did the calculation. We actually did it wrong, and then Lori corrected us, and it went down. We thought it was 0.44, but she caught a administrative error, so we snuck by.
So this is kind of about as weird as it gets. Okay.
Yep, pretty much.
Okay, do you have any more questions? Anyone in the audience have a question? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the ANR for, hold on. Do I have a motion to approve the ANR for 10 Barefoot Road, 30 Barefoot Road, 230 Solomon Pond Road to modify the lot lines? Oh, wait, that wasn't the ANR. Motion to endorse the ANR plan entitled 30 Barefoot Road LLC, 10 Bear Limited Partnership, 10 and 30 Barefoot Road, Northborough, Mass, dated March 16th, 2026, prepared by Kelly Engineering Group.
So
So
moved.
move. Second.
Okay, Bill Pierce,
Aye.
Anthony Zine,
Aye.
Millie Milton,
Aye.
Carter Brennan,
Aye.
Carter. Oh, he's an aye and I'm an aye. Okay, so now I think you're all set. Quentin.
Thank you all for this late night and for all the time you've invested. Town staff, Lori, everyone else, you've been great. And our work is just beginning, but we appreciate your kind of careful consideration and thoroughness, and y'all have made it a better project, and we're grateful for your support.
And thank you, and good luck with your next more challenging work stage.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good night.
Thank you. Night, everyone. Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
night. So I think we're gonna call it a meeting too. I'm not gonna go through minutes or anything else.
So
The
moved.
long ones next.
Second.
Okay, Bill Pierce,
Aye.
Anthony Zaitin,
Aye.
Lily Milton,
Aye.
Carter Brennan,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Night.
Good night.